anyone stand against that tide? Tonight we will become. Let's do this. Let's do this. History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed. Let's do this.
For a comeback, are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. We can take it higher. Let's do this.
If anyone stand against that tide, tonight we will become.
Let's do this.
History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
Let's do this. For a comeback, are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. We can take it higher. Let's do this.
If anyone stand against that tide, tonight we will become.
Let's do this.
History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
Let's do this. For a comeback, are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. We can take it higher. Let's do this.
If anyone stand against that tide, tonight we will become.
Let's do this.
History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
Let's do this. For a comeback, are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. We can take it higher. Let's do this.
Anyone stands against that tide. Tonight we will become.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
Let's do this. For a comeback, are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. We can take it higher. Let's do this.
Anyone stands against that tide. Tonight we will become.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
Let's do this.
that's also something that we see on circles up in this area, or at least we did in North America during the PAS finals. The emergency parachutes.
Yes.
Taking those and getting a spot on that unplayable terrain very high up there where nobody else can really do anything about you. You get a good information gathering, all that stuff. You know, we've seen it pay off pretty well in terms of information gathering, but you know, you also always have to take that risk. Once the circle shifts away from you, what do you do then?
What do you do then? It's at least you can you can parachute off the cliffs.
You can.
So you got that.
Everybody's going to know exactly where you are, though. If you were up there just farming ADR the entire time, they will be more than happy to take shots at somebody parachuting down.
And while we're looking at Petrichor Road, I want to drag your guys' attention to the map feed. If you don't have it open already, make sure to get it up, because we're already now seeing Interforce 36 try and claim center real estate. Again, the Japanese team, who, as we heard from our experts, yesterday was the day that a Japanese team in all global tournaments ever racked up the most points. E36 did that yesterday with their 40 points in a day. Solid playthrough, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. They're not an aggressive team, but they play their kind of disengaged play style really well. Perfect example of that was on a Wrangle yesterday in the very first game. They were sat on the hillsides, opted to back off, caused them backing off caused the fight between two other teams. They pulled straight back into it for a third-party opportunity. Really wise decision making on that part.
They seem to be very well aware of what their win conditions are, and they are very disciplined in sticking to them. Now, you say E36 sending it to the center, Exalt as well, also sending 2 early on and keeping a 2-2 split. So Exalt, another one of those teams that a little bit of a slow start yesterday, but you can never count out a team, especially when they have the only returning PGC 2022 champion in Uba.
Well, we are going to get a highlight up in just a short moment of these boys right here. Shenyu, Shinlong, Sixel, call them what you want. What I want to see from them is things going their way, but let's see a little bit of a highlight from the Sixel boys.
Need to start seeing more of that out of Sixel. Is they've shown multiple times that they are more than capable in a firefight, and we'll see where they decide to go with that E-pickup down from Resort. Here's we check in with Veronica 7, Guman, your hero.
Yeah.
Is making their way in on that southeastern side of the circle.
They're just showcasing my entire fantasy team today, which I don't know if that's the curse from the production side or what's going on here, but here they are. Sixel Lorena, who I dropped today in favor of Duckmans. Hopefully,
clearly he's going to pop off now.
I mean, that's what I'm worried about now. Shenyu Shenlong, they're going to fly on in. They're going to get themselves a 15-kill win. The Renner gets 10 of them, and then he's going to be saying, Toby, why did you drop me, bro?
If it makes you feel any better, I dropped him as well. So. And I'm pretty sure everybody on our talent team that had him also made the switch. I went with Brexo. So I have faith in Ascend today. And Howl, looks like they are just slowly creeping their way in on this southeastern side. They're kind of getting a little bit close to Exalt. They've got Veronica 7 behind them, but other than that, pretty safe here.
And Howl, I mean, they've played out of this position a trillion times before. It's not center, no. And would they want to be further center? Sure, but they rotate from a distance to where we are here. And as we said before, there's just not that much to take in this circle center. A lot of it is open hillsides where, I mean, sure, you can sit up there, but then you're going to die. So why would you? You got like massive high ground. You got low valley positions as well. You got upside down vehicles southwest of Picado. And for Howl to try and claim anything further center than right now, especially given that we're still in phase 1, it would just be high risk and potentially literally no reward at all. So no reason for them to try and go more center, even if you might think of them as more of a center-heavy team in the early game.
It's okay. I mean, I flip cars in the wide open flat ground all the time myself, so you are not alone, my dude. Genius, well, this is that road we were talking about on that western side. They are the first ones pushing through, and fortunately enough for them, looks like there's nobody really other than a few trailing shots from EXO, who are posted up north of El Pozo, although they might be heading north into Sixel. Remember, we saw them taking that emergency parachute, and it looks like Sixel are just now starting to land. You can't really see them on the screen just yet, but trust me, they're there.
They are indeed, and that's, I was
There we
just going to say, most importantly, they found themselves a vehicle. Of course, that's the one biggest downside, you'd say, of e-pickups, is that you can't really bring your cars with you. So especially when you pull up the early game, if you don't have a car, once you land and then you get hard shifted away from, that's you in very grave trouble. Now, Shenyi Shenlong are not necessarily afraid of playing the edge, but even then, it would be pretty troublesome had they not had a vehicle nearby. But of course, they fly in with 2 cars and they should be good at least.
Well, opting not to play that high ground. So, you know, the one thing we brought up talking about, the emergency parachute giving you access to some unplayable terrain you might not otherwise be able to get up to. They decide instead to go for the compound, a little bit on the northern side of this zone, just off to the east of Alcantara. And there's Purple Mood. Everybody very excited about.
I love the fact that, I mean, we hear the crowd in the background. I'm just gonna go, guys. If this is what they sound like when they're looting, just listen to the crowd when they actually get kills. It gets even better.
That is true. Well, take a look at a little bit of replay here from yesterday. Zenith. Look at that. God, these Dragunovs, man, I'm telling you.
Oh no, Emmy got...
Koliko je Dragunov opet?
No,
Dragunov AUG.
Okay, so I was just going to say, did he get killed in the Picardo field because he was running around looking for a car? But no, they pulled up, and that's the penalty. And in all fairness, had they not flipped that vehicle, because V7 is only now getting north of Power Grid, they would have been here those 15-20 seconds earlier. That would have been them sitting, waiting for Gumin to get here. Instead, it's the opposite, and here is your code on screen as a reward for that first blood of this game.
Well, it's gone now, Toby. You didn't read it fast enough. You had to make your point. And everybody wants to hear their code, man.
Okay, read it out.
Well, I don't know what it is. I didn't take a picture.
Old man.
It was VV something.
VV something. Type it in. There are only so many options, you know.
There are so many
possible outcomes of what the code could be. VV something. Go get it, guys.
Exactly. Well, Thunder's...
Joj, ljudi, bolesan sam, mene zamjerite. Dragunov mora se nerfuje, jebeni automatski snajp. Bukvalno automatski snajp.
Although he does have Gen G just off to the north, but no real lines of sight, no angles here, no shots coming through. Everybody just playing it close. Yeah, playing it close for this final day. 62 still alive as our first circle is about to collapse.
I AUG isto, AUG je trenutno najjači AR, to je ubjedljivo. Joj, shift. I sad ovaj shift ide dolje, vjerojatno. Znači ili grad, nema treći, znači može ili grad ili vamo na poljanu. Nema treće opcije. Au, ludice.
Keeping an eyes on Petrichor Road here. They had that big wide 2-2 split, and they're now suddenly surrounded by a bunch of solos from E36, 4 a.m., Howl, and even D plus Kia, as we see EXO. They're collapsing down into El Pozo itself. Fortunately, they're getting there just in the nick of time. Genius right behind them. Ascend also playing the south side of El Pozo as well.
Again, of course, not guaranteed that we're going to go there. As we see a replay here is the kill. Gumin just sat there, ready and waiting. And again, had MX not flipped that vehicle, or Emmy, then I'm pretty convinced that they would have been in that compound before V7 would have gotten there. So it's the small things, it's the smallest things in the game that can cause your downfall. And speaking of downfall, PMA, again, already only playing as 3, losing 1 early. That is just not what they needed.
Plucked him right out of his seat. Unfortunate there in the crater. And I believe that is E36 that got credit for that one. Yep. As they pick up their first
Opet su sjebali highlights. Prikazali su jedan tim na highlightsima, drugi vam. Malo je takvih.
So this is very dangerous stuff. If you're E36, if you get found out.
Fora što njima AUG i dalje najjači jer igraju na 26-1 peču. Jes, Igor je nerfovan AUG, ali i dalje je najjači. AUG ti ima najmanji time to kill za recimo Helmet 2, Vesta 3. Znači manji time to kill ima nego Beryl. Beryl ti jači na Vestu 1 i Helmet 1, Vestu 2, Helmet 2 i to samo do 25 metara. To znači da je AUG najbolji mid-late game, a Beryl early game na hot drop. I što ti daje za overall time to kill AUG-a ti je mnogo manji nego, nije mnogo manji, ali par stotinki manji nego Beryla. Tako da ti AUG zvanično i dalje najjači AR, bez obzira na 2 nerf.
especially late game, right? Not only do you want city endings, but city endings with sandstorms, just to make matters even worse.
Somewhere Darude is smiling.
At least they go away pretty quickly.
Yeah. No, that's the great part about them, right? Is these are useful and can be useful.
Znači Beryl ima 44 inicijalni damage i onda on over distance pada na 31, dok AUG inicijalni damage ima 41 i pada na 37. E sad, šta je fazon? Fazon je što AUG ima veći bullet velocity i ima manji drop bulleta na distancu. Što znači da overall kad pogledaš na 100 healtha, Beryl ima prednost do 75 healtha, zadnjih 25 healtha prednost ima AUG i brže ubije čovjeka. Ja sam malo počeo onaj Ace da igram, kad ga napucaš attachmentima sasvim, Ace je laser bukvalno. Ali Ace ima, znači kad gledaš time to kill ide ti Famas i Groza, to su dropovi, pa ti idu AUG, Kalaš, Beryl, MK i onda te Case. E sad tu ima, to ti je faktor statistički, sad tu ima onaj faktor jebi ga s kojom puškom ti pogađaš, kojom ne pogađaš. I na kraju dana se sve na to svede. Ali ako želiš masterovat metu, onda uzmi igraj AUG ili Beryl. Da. Ali ja isto, ja obožavam AUG, ja ga igram i 2x-om. Half grip 2x. Ace. Ne znam što sam rekao AUG ili Ace, ali na Ace sam misli. Aj, pogledaj kill feed. Uglavnom je AUG.
Trying to send it in, trying to see if they can at least get 2 or 3 into the city itself, as Page will get taken down by Clories. Needs to be careful about how hard he wants to peek that.
Definitely does. Veronica 7 opting to go for the E pickup as well. You should see them on your screens in just a short moment as they come flying out of the sky here.
They
straight into Shen Yi Shenlong, and they're well aware of the
Shen Yi Shenlong.
No angle there for Sixel as V7 gets to send it right into the bottom floor of their building and takes no casualties in the process. Boliang trying to find the angle, looking for somebody to peek that window, but right now Sixel in a little bit of trouble. Lorena will open up things here though. Glaz though trades it right back onto MML.
That's where you get the sawn off, comes in real handy. Boliang though, hipfire takes out Glaz, finds the second as well as Human falls down. Just Tosi now left alive, but they don't know exactly where he is.
Well, Boliang has a grenade in hand, will let it go before shutting the door. Tosi still working around. The smoke will find Lorena. And now it's down to a 1v1. Boliang working his way around the outside. It feels like Tosi knows to expect it, though. He's already going to pre-fire that window. Gets him down to about half HP. Aggressive play from Tosi. Drop shot from Boliang. And Shen Yi.
Ali ovaj drop shot mi nikad neće biti jasno. Kako ovo može biti? Kako ovo može biti feature u igrici, ne razumijem. Jebote, lik se baci i pogodi glavu. Bukvalno se lik baci i pogodi glavu i kao to je to. Ide grad. Gle, molo dok te. Kakva zvijer. Da, ali danas je drugi dan. Sutra počinje winner bracket. Ljudi, winner bracket, najjači winner bracket, ma šta najjači winner bracket, najjača grupa ikada.
And to a lesser extent, SSG. They still have some high ground that they can play. The other 3 teams, though, they've got to find someone.
Znači finale prije finala.
Full speed send it, take a fight in the middle and see what happens. Now Genius died, so the longhouse in the northern side is available, but Petrico, of course, having had a chance to scout, just yet won't be aware of that. At least not for now. ExoClan in the meantime trying to maintain space here.
Bukvalno bi izgorio komp. 45 ljudi, da. Ali to je ono što smo pričali prije neki dan. Ovo je najbolji format ikada na PGC-u. i garantuje da 16 najboljih, ali recimo da je najveća šansa 16 4x aug, druže moj. Garantuje najbolji igrači u Winneru, skoro 90%, kažem, ajde. I najbolji igrač u finalu. Ovaj top 8 format. Tako da to nije slučajno.
Petrichor rode on foot. Now they did stop in a ditch, but while E36 was getting lit up, they managed to rotate into this long building and have themselves a nice little spot here on the north side of town. SSG still have the cliffs on the north side. They're looking in. On the south side, it's Falcons. They've sent Silzen inside the city, but left Kapitan and Draft King out here. It looks like they might be going in to join, though.
Ovi Kapitan su vinali u grupnoj fazi zadnji meč.
Or inside the circle, I should say, in the city, where they can go to if need be, and before that, don't go. Before, like, try and make as much space from as you can as possible.
Taman dovoljno da isfiltrira najbolji ekip, da. I danas ovih bottom 8 koji ispadne ide doma.
Yeah, relatively speaking, Falcons has a lot of room to kind of work around on that south side, so we'll see what they can do with it.
I da nema mesta, pa tako je. Onaj winner chicken dinner format u loser bracketu i last chance što je bio prošli put, ono je boleština, koliko je loše. Znači, bukvalno sreća, ono. U jednom meču ti pošalje, jedan meč te pošalje u finale.
But still, a lot of these teams managed to keep most of their teams alive.
And a lot of teams managing to make surprisingly big splits in the city. The Purple Mood fans rejoice as this one swings west once more. And now it's just Space Station Gaming waiting to join the party in the city. Roth or Roth, income leader for the
city. Oni mogu da igraju cestu ispod SSG.
The warehouse is there, but on their approach, half the server is going to be shooting at them. So can they make it there alive?
Oni idu okolo, idu na hangar. Boga mi teško će sti do njega, ali ako stignu dobar play. Jo, ovi super tweet. Pa druže, samo 10 minuta kasnije.
HSM has managed to... Oh, Chris.
Perfect execution from Exo there. Set in a four-way split, knowing exactly where they're anticipating the push from 4AM from. Three of them get a kill each. And then Chris finds the last solid setup there from Exo again.
Exo 14 jebote, njima treba dobar game.
Fantastic job by them. 5 kills now picked up for the Exo boys, and they've got a clear eastern side of this zone. They'll start making their way over. As we see, SSG has managed to make it into the warehouse, all 4 up, so no casualties taken there. Falcons, meanwhile, they've made it into the arena, and they've managed to...
Jebote, cijela Evropa je, a nije, Havel i SN su ostali.
They've managed to just kind of play a little bit of tower defense as Lorena going to get picked out. Now it's Sixel down to just one player in Boliang.
And again, for Ascend, they can afford backing off. They can afford giving away arena because they had 3 buildings to play from. And now they just collapse on the other side. Boliang has the roof to work with. Again, keep in mind, he picked up in here. And I think he's actually been prone up here for a good while.
Yeah, just chill. Why not?
He crossed on over from the other roof and jumped on up. And at least for now, no one's going to be able to see him.
You know, you're the last player alive at this point. The team's got 5 kills. Let's see if you can get some placements just by hanging out. Maybe getting a little bit of circle love here as Petrichor Road starting to get a little bit frisky. We saw what they were capable of in the first couple of games yesterday. They wanted to take every single fight that presented itself to them. And Exalt, they're ready for the push.
We're seeing surprisingly many DMRs still here. Of course, the Sonoff is available on Miramar, but still expect to see DMRs getting swapped for Panzerfaust and shotguns as soon as these players run over them, because they're all aware that they're probably not going to be in need of long-range weaponry for much longer.
Good job smoking everything out here. No third parties coming in on this push. As Petrichor Road will try to push in. They're going to take the higher ground. Summer gets knocked a little bit low. Will have to pause things down. As you can see, Pero just pushing with those Panzers in hand, ready for any Exalt player to peek at the wrong time. As Fate finds Chewy with the well-placed Molotov.
Nice molly setup there, denying any sort of approach from their side. Can really isolate angles with that utility. Ming on the roof already. Do they know?
Jebate, Genji.
More importantly, does
Genji jesen.
take this fight because it's outside the circle?
It is indeed. Can they get the res onto Chewy? Nope. Arctics will find that flush with a nice grenade. And so far, so good for Exalt. They're holding everything out pretty strongly here. 5 kills for themselves as well. And Petrichor Road just seemed to be pushing against
Koliko sreće sad.
Can't even get that knock.
Oh, Muncie is starting to push over here as well. Oh, that's a well-placed nade. Did it go through the window?
Joj.
Had no clue that one was stopped on in.
Nicely played stuff, but as you said, EXO
Još će ga flasha jeboj.
They're looking over in this direction to see if they
Liko
can
Valhek da ima.
maybe sneak away a kill or two. Ixlev pushing with the
He caught him midair.
He caught him midair.
Didn't have a chance to even use his gun. Ming Ming still able to stay alive. Ming and Summer able to take down Exalt. Solid push coming through. They 2v4 them. Didn't even need the Panzerfaust from the IGL.
How do they win that fight, man? It seemed like Exalt had them, but Petrichor Road just showing how damn good they are right now. EXO,
Ajde, kladimo se na Ascend.
they'll have to pull back to the arena, reset here a little bit. They are still outside of the zone.
Stavit ćemo
Not sure who it is that
10.000.
has angles here. I can tell Falcons is at least one of them. They're taking a few shots over in that direction.
Love the fact that every time we see these player cams, we see them
10.000 na Ascend.
Palms and Spurdy. Mom's spaghetti. These guys, they have a lot to play for, especially in this match. The Death City 2.
Iako Genji ima bolji spot, ali ne mogu da navijam za Kineza, I'm sorry.
There's a whole hell of a lot of points to be racked up here if you can stay alive through it.
I'll tell you what, though, if you're sitting a little bit lower on the leaderboard, the fact that Petrichor Road's currently sitting at the top with 6 kills is pretty good news, because
Joj, ne ide.
them continuing to farm, and that is going to keep that cut line a
Ali
little bit
4x
lower.
aug, druže, kako ljudi igre.
Finished off, and now Summer the last one left alive. EXO still looking over in that direction, but they still got, I mean, they've got 4 up. I don't know how they're going to get inside the zone here. The smoke is looking a little light.
And this is where this city in particular is so hard to push through in the low ground, because there's so many high ground positions from opposing teams to be in. So often than not, if you're not playing in the smoke, teams will be able to see you over the top of them. So you got to play so close to your utility, which of course makes it that much more scary, because teams are very, very good when it comes to nading those smokes as fast as possible.
Uostalom kao i ceo tim. Da, baš igra loš.
He stands there menacingly, just staring. As Boliang going to get involved? He's going to find Pixel. Picks up another point for Sixel, and there you go, Summer. This is what they were worried about.
Ali skontaj da su 4 evropske ekipe ovdje. Mislim, ako Space računaš kao evropsku ekipu, ali realno su im glavni igrači iz Evrope.
This is something you don't see too often. Rooftop fights.
Mada su 2-2 zapravo, tako?
So 2 players knocked on the roof. Now a bluestone nade lopped on down. Oh, just exactly falls off the roof there. So not going to do a whole lot with it. Nice flash thrown down as well. He's trying to buy himself some more time, buy himself some more space.
Možda i Vina Ace ovo, jebote, stvarno.
There's no way they could get to Pixel and page up on their own roof.
Unbelievable. Boliang just a thorn in the side of SSG right now. Just tossing a wrench in all their plans. Meanwhile, D plus Kia inside the building, they're sharing it now with EXO. I don't think EXO has any idea. You can see Kia just playing it very, very quietly. As now Sharp Shot, they're still trying to find out. Oh, it's going to be Fluky. That saves them from the pain in the butt that Boliang was.
Yeah, really was. It allows for SSG a brief moment of relief before they too now have to make their way further forward. Sharp Shot Spider-Manning his way across that side of the building. And now, trying to figure out where the hell do we go from here. We've been so busy on what's been happening right in front of us. Now is the time we have to just instantly scout forward to make our next move.
Ovo je Exo igra odlično, vrati. 10 pojena razlike. Ne, koliko ovo? 16 pojena razlike. Između SSG i Exo-a. A SSG je na 2 meni.
So they're saying, you know what, if you want to turtle up inside there, you can do so, but we're going to work on getting ourselves into this next phase.
Exactly, effectively leapfrogging them, wrapping around them, getting to a superior position, but they still miss inside. He's stuck in the D plus Kia building.
Ne znam koja je podloga ova bijela, bre. Obratite pažnju na podloge koje koristim. Većina ih ima ove bijele. Ne znam koja je to.
And Falcons, remember we said they lost one early, came in from the south, had a lot of real estate.
Bukvalno ne znam koja je to podloga.
They are inside. Ascend going to take a little bit of damage from them. Akita now will go down to Zenith as Rip will find him and finish him off. Can they get the res before they have to move? SSG also getting very close here. They're going to hear this fight happening. Not sure if SSG really wants it or if they even, yeah, they're just pulling away.
Yeah, and again, considering all the stuff that these guys have been through to get to just here, we are only now breaking into placement points. So many teams are alive but wounded.
Dobar
The
nade.
teams that still have 4 alive
nije.
being Purple Mood, and actually only Purple Mood, they're really in a good
Dva
position.
helta.
Kill your guys once
Joj.
one. Chris will be able to help out with that one too as Rip, oh, catches rough mid-jump.
Rip just
Isprativ
barely got
Molotov,
that heel
jebo.
off as well. Miko will find him. SSG now down to Sharpshot. I think they might be able, yeah, I think he might be able to get this res if Fluky is
Nema
looking
smoke.
over in this direction.
Nema
Keep
smoke.
pushing, Roth. Keep pushing.
He is the shield.
He is indeed. Nobody has spotted him out just yet. Fluky.
Ali nema smoke, a nije mu ni ovaj izbacio smoke, nemaju obice smoke izgleda. Evo ga nade. A nemaš, na šans.
Can he get it that far?
Bukvalno na šans.
No way, no. Let's see, second time around. Are we going to follow the nade? Are we going to see if it connects?
Ali dobro su observeri, je.
No way.
Ima ih 70 tam. Nisu nijednu bombu uvatili.
Is he going to lob the blue zone nade as well, just for the sake of it? Again, I mean, Purple Mood has to play their way into this circle. They might just want to conserve that utility, because I'm pretty sure the blue zone nades as a half circle from now is going to be very crucial. He does get
Ajo.
Sharpshot is going to be able to prone it
Oh,
out,
boy.
at least for now, and because there's only one thrown forward, yes, he will just exactly be able to heal it out, but it denies him from pushing further in.
He does indeed. All right, Purple Mood. 2 kills now, still 4 strong.
Pogledajte ovaj kancer od igrice.
Songjang will find Thunders though, as the smokes hadn't yet bloomed completely. Genji in that tower defense mode, right in the dead center. They are dangerous.
Again, blue zone nades here, especially in the city ending, so effective.
Ladno Ascent nije uzeo centar. A joj, sad se malo razočarao, iskreno.
Cannot heal through it.
Ostali su da brane zgradu koju nikad niko neće napanuti jer nema potrebe.
Still have space to play around, but they're on the very far edge of the circle. This is the final circle to come as well. So we're going to end the game literally in the building that Gen G is currently in control of.
All right, SSG does finally get finished off. Ascend. Currently ascending the leaderboard right now, 5 kills. And they might be set up for a late game heroic here, as they are still 4 strong. They still have a compound. They've got Gen G off to their west, and Gen G currently pinched by Purple Moon.
Exo free frag cijeli turn. Dobro, aj sad su odigrali dobro. Sad su imali jedno 6-7 kilova. Ali Exo, mada ni ovi naši nisu ništa bolji. Exalt.
Again, we're ending quite literally inside the building that Gen G is on. So if maybe Kilyakai or someone else can get up on that roof and teams don't
Kakav ne ide.
go aggressive on it, there might just be something they could do with it. How? There's no way they cross that street. I think they're realizing that too. And yes, indeed,
Deniali
they
su.
will deny. Again, they're on the hunt. They're in fourth. No reason to give up points to the teams right next to them on that leaderboard.
Jedino da Ascent skoči padobranima na krov. To bi bio možda dobar play.
With a headshot with the bolty. This Purple Mood down to 3 doesn't seem to be slowing them down at all. The smoke wall has been laid out, but you can see Gen G holding every
Mislim
angle here.
da je play da idu na krov.
Oh my god, we got jammer packs, we've got blue zone grenades, we've got Panzerfaust with a proper plural pronunciation of Panzerfaust is, but we've got them.
We sure do.
We
And
got
Chris
him.
just found Pio where they're going to lob a blue zone nade, but no, it should be the guarantee, or the confirm that one is going to fall off of it. Darkman's Floki trying to run on forward, and Age coming towards them now as well, as they get slowed down again. This circle is going to keep creeping on in until the game is over.
2 up for Purple Mood. They're seeing anything, maybe.
Pitanje je zapravo da li uopšte mogu da lendaju na krov.
Luki might be able to get this revive though, and Duckman's actually the
Možda i ne mogu.
smoke wall
Mogu,
laid
pali
down
su
thick
pa...
enough. Nope, Chris
Otvorio je
gonna finish him
padu,
off
ne
with
može.
eyes on him.
Ne može da baci
Now,
padobranu na
Purple
krov.
Mood down to just 1 as Tanawat's going to get finished off by Fluky.
Yeah, Fluky trying to stay put here, has one more nade. Is it going to go for an opponent, or is he trying to just make some space for himself? As he peeks on out, goes into the blue to get the shot again. The jammer pack made perfect use of it. Fluky finds one more from down below.
Fluky pulling off hero plays right now. As you said, the jammer pack coming in huge for him.
Može ih
As
razat.
Mexico Looks like he might be able to be revived here.
Brexiko.
Fluky has managed to find his way inside.
Wow.
And he is staying alive. Gen G, they have the second floor. They've got something to work with here, but it might end up, as you said, coming down to the heel off. There it is. The Molotov might be enough to do it. It will. DG98 will get him. Esther finishes
random bomb.
and it's now down to a 3v2. Ascend versus Gen G. The heel off commences.
Are we gonna see it, or is Gen G gonna go for it? They're sat
Oh, he's
downstairs.
got the-
They're loving
Brex has
smokes.
it.
Nates is being thrown downstairs. Brex has a full set of jammer pack, a full 100% jammer pack. Will that be the win con? Will they get it because of it? Gen G cannot get nades on in here. They're going out. They're going into the smokes. They are outside. That nade is going to be right on point. As one falls. Gen G out victorious.
They will not be
IQ 200, ljudi, vidjeli ste kako je Genji sačekao na ogradi iznad i samo nade bacio kad se zatvorila zona. Next level.
Let's just send it in with grenades and see what happens, and they get the victory.
Wow, what a finish. You can see the smile on Kildekai's face too. That was a game gone down in a fashion that you
Ali dobro, Ascend je 7. ili 6. sad.
Even if Ascent don't come out victorious, it was still a very good game for the team.
I mean, I know they got at least 10 kills off of it, so that was a big come up for Ascend. But once again, Gen G showing their veteran leadership, knowing exactly what to do in a crazy situation. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break down what we saw there in game number 1.
Maj, jebo majku, meni su svi isti. Shong Yang. Jedno pio, eto, pija znam, kao ne bi znao pija. Sad si ne reći. A nije majke, nije da ja njih nešto hejtujem, nego životom ja njih ne razlikujem. Sad ti da mi poređaš sve ove igrače jedne pored drugih, ja bi ti prepoznao Minga i Pija i to je to. Ovi ostali mi isti svi. I onoga malog pao, brate, i njega ne bi mogao, i njega bi prepoznao.
Some teams, they just realize we're not going to win this. Let's try to get as many points out of this one. Bolyang was one of them. He actually played extremely well from a kind of salvage.
Jebote život kakav. Glav, 4x out.
Points than the team was going to be hoping to get out of it, which is one guy live.
I think Exalt, EXO, also examples of teams that sort of maximized their potential point game. They knew they were cut on the fringe of Pozo and that everything in was going to be a hard fight. Instead, they stayed on the outside, they picked off the stragglers, and then sort of made the most of what they could at that point. Then we got Sixel up on the high ground. SSG managed to get in here solo, but they could not take the high. And Vince Chris was ruining dreams this entire game.
And you ask who's going to be wrecking some dreams, it's going to be Chris. Yeah, but for sure, in this case here, multiple situations where it's like, you have the blue zone backpack from Fluky here, fantastic play from him. You have multiple kind of small plays here. You see DG98, he runs in and he just gets the nade onto Brexco. Brexco was the guy, super smart. Brexco was the guy with the blue zone backpack, and it was, as the guys pointed out, 100% on it, right? So they're gonna win that because I believe it was Pio that was the guy we saw, the only guy we saw. I'm not sure we got it through all the other guys, but he had the blue zone. They could have, of course, picked it up. One of the other guys could have had it, and that would have been the play. The 2000 IQ play would have been, and listen, take to 74 damage, take that damage, and then you take the blue zone backpack off.
Right, so then you can do the healing.
And then you can do the heal, and like, you would survive the longest.
Here's the problem. First off, welcome back to the desk. My name is Tavis, this is Avenger. But I think the issue is this. Ascend on the bottom floor was playing 3D chess, all right? They were playing the blue back shuffle. We saw them getting their health a little bit lower, preparing for the smokes. Up above, Gen G said, well, we don't maybe have the resources. I raise your blue backpack, 2 cooked grenades, and a running cry, because that's basically it. They jumped in, they pre-cooked the grenades, and like, when I go down, I'm still gonna end this.
That's what you get when you're 3 versus 2. You have one extra guy, and you can just send him in and do some crazy things here. GG, of course, 6 kills, only 61 damage. Pretty close, but it's Chris, had a lot of kills of that coming their way too. That's gonna be 10 kills for Ascent.
12 grenades, but only one that really mattered when it came to getting that chicken dinner. Let's take a look at the stats for the team. Again, it was quiet. They got to the middle, they sort of held their position. suspicion. They managed their resources, and then they threw everything they had to at Ascend to remove them. DG98 gets those 3 kills because of the end game there, but I really do think it was sort of the team planned that out well. They held Fluky off. They did a lot to make sure that they had second store of Motel ready to go, and the man of the match goes to DG98.
Well, so this is the guy that runs at you with the nade, and we're like, oh,
Hello.
you're trying a blue zone backpack strategy here. Denied. Boom.
Halo.
I don't need new items in the game. I've got a good old-fashioned frag.
Prebaci mikrofon samo.
Jo, šta ti je sa mikrofonom tvojim, druž? Znači, zvučiš mi kao pubertetlija od 16 godina koji mutira.
Pogledaj malo na stream pa da poslije namjestimo filtere i to.
Evo ga moj.
Moj, boja kako nije.
Now this is GM40. It's still Falcons 38. There's a little bit of drop off, but still, if you're on 30 as a Visa and Funpin right now, easy 12 points up until 8. Super tight still.
I do think if you're 13 through 16, now's the time. 5 games left to play.
Right.
You know that everyone in that 12 above is maybe still in striking distance off of one game. You are not. That means you're going to need 2 big ones to catch up with only 5 games left. There's not a lot of space. You can't count on circles. You can't count on good rotations. You have to count on at least one game where someone
Seckao neke slike. Isporučivao.
Za namještaj, jel? Ili za onu pekar?
Namještaj. Namještaj, ima i kozmetički salon. Ova korporativa, to je namještaj. Namještaj, jastuci, posteljine i tako te stvari. Za neke... Za više. Ali sad ovo je bio namještaj.
All you're doing is grabbing the giant noob tube and pushing with it.
Da, čujem.
Great for offense and great for defense.
It is.
Da vidiš kako igraju Vule, znaš šta je to,
Dobar turnir, a?
Znači, boleština, druž. Vidi kako Auk Dragunov se cepa i Panzerfaust.
Šta
I Panzerfaust RPG.
Ne se.
Znaš ti šta je to? Prvi dan je lik... Da, prvi dan je lik Panzerfaustom pogodio auto i ubio svu četvoricu unutra.
Jebe mi ti sunce. Dobro, zapravo, to je dobro, znači sad više nema ispitivanja da li ima neku u compoundu, zato što možete čekati lik iza drveta neku kad prolaziš da te sad čeka sa Panzerfaustom.
Ma ja bi to izbacio, ali ono, zanimljivo je gledat.
Ali vidi, early game kad nađeš pa se braniš od kreša, korist. Tu nema reza, jel da? Tu da RPG prođe nema, trava ne raste.
Ako ste u auto sva četvrtica, nema.
Ne, ali ne, znači možete noka ako te raznesao.
Iz BG-a. Iz Herceg Novog sam inicijalno.
Ako te noka samog auto, ovaj...
Može, da. Onda ti izbaci ono ko je normalno.
The what if factor played a massive effect there, and they come out victorious.
Ali sutra počinje winner bracket, isto 2 dana. Ne, to će biti strava. Mislim da je to najjači winner bracket, najjači lobby ikada. Jer su promijenili sistem takmičenja, znaš. Sad uvijek je ono top 8 na dosta mečeva i sigurica je da prole. Ono što smo vas da pričali da treba biti...
Da dobri prođu.
Da.
Da treba više runde da se da više šansi da možeš i da se izvučeš i ako ispadneš, ako failaš jedan.
Jeste, imaš loser bracket i imaš last chance.
Znači, dve faze ispadanja. Znači, loser bracket i onda opet ako ispadneš možeš u last chance-u da se ispraviš.
Da.
Boj.
Da.
To je rješenje. To je rješenje. Trebalo im je samo 6 godina.
It's just, I mean,
not for the first 15 seconds.
For the, well, yeah,
70 game, dobro, oni ga za nogama odam. Kaže, imaju sad oni 70 gaming Kinezi i ubijaju. Da kažem da odavno oni igraju. Oni odavno plene.
It's like fishing. It's interesting when you catch something, but outside of that, it's pretty...
Čekaj, ti upalim.
Yeah.
Well,
Ti upalim stream.
Now that I'm sitting next to a guy that probably likes fishing.
What are you talking about? You're just saying that because I'm a redneck. I'm not even that redneck.
No, it's fair. It's fair. It's fair. Ascend and well, the boys, they got themselves arguably the best game they've had so far in the tournament in the previous
Ja, Doliću, jučer sam izdržao, ne jučer, neki dan,
Now I'm curious to see
prekjučer.
are they
Nije ni
able
bitno.
to carry this
24 sata nisam jeo.
Nemoj srati.
Po ništa.
I can tell you, just seeing people's faces.
Dobro, nisam očekivajš umrijet. No kako ti je bilo?
Bez problema.
Nemoj zajebao.
Da, evo i sad počeo sam da izbjegavam doručak i tipa jedem možda prvi put oko 1, 2, 3 šta znam. I onda poslije jedem možda oko 5, 6 opet i to je to. I onda, a taj dan tipa nešto sam rekao da provadim koliko mogu i 24 sata nisam jeo. Znači jeo sam u 4 popodne prethodni dan i poslije do sutradan do pola 5 nisam jeo ništa.
Ej, man.
PMA once again still operating with 3. They have an illness on the team, and unfortunately no sub to fill the spot, so they will be playing with 3 all day long. And they almost get a knock on to Mr. Ruin there. Got a little close, but ends up
Brutalno je kako igraju.
Ja.
Ma nema da to... I to ovo ti je sad loser break. Ti gled, 4x spacuje ga iz auta na 200 metara. Što ovi 3 meni jebote? Uspjeli su i u lanu da se ne povežu. Dobra igrica.
Uspjeh, brać. Skofir. To Skof?
Lik ukro Skofinik.
Bukvalno, treba da se žali.
Znaš da je Skofa livo Discord opet.
Video sam neki dan, nešto sam išao po Discordima i vidim kao posljednje poruke i vidim da je Fićo kao da se vratio Skof. Nešto komentarisao. Znaš,
Se
nam
vratio,
izbaci
nisam
bolje.
vidio.
Jeste.
A vratio se. Koja ti najdraža mapa? Najdraža mapa mi je...
Ne seri da im mere i puls.
Mere puls, druže.
Pa meni bi sve vreme bilo u crveno, meni bi skinuli sa stolice tamo, mislili bi da mi nije dobro.
Ali pazi, Evropljanima, uglavnom Evropljanima, Amerikancima ti bude tu kad je najteže do 120, 130.
A Kinezima?
Kinezima 170.
Jebe mi ti sunce.
Ali znaš kako, naši kad vine oni su chill, ono, naš malo kažu ajmo, ono, bruže Kinez kad vine on skače tamo 10 minuta, puca ga adrenalin.
On bi mogao ceo proplanulo, a? Dobro, srčaniji su oni generalno od nas, Evropljani su naš ono kao...
Pa da, pogotovo gore
navikli
sjever
na-
Evrope, ono, led.
Navikli. A, led?
Pa,
Što su, nordijski, dobro, a šta su
Finci,
oni?
to... Pa gledaj SSG, ovaj, Page. Lik kad vina, kad ne vida, njemu je sve ravno do kosu.
Otkud to? Ja nešto sam mislio da se to pre zasniva na lagodnosti života koji je kao ono i bogatstvo i raskoši, pa ono kao da smo zato evolutivno ono kao mirniji, to jest...
A, moguće.
Znaš, ono jebi ga Kinezi, nemam pojma, njemu je ovo
Ali
sve isti.
desi se neki pio pa ti ima 80 i onda skontaš da je lik naš.
Ne mislim očigledno, znaš, kao ono, evo iš ovome sa 120 krije se iz auta.
A bukvalno. Bukvalno ništa se ne dešava oko njega, njemu je 120.
Nije kako se ništa ne dešava. A ne, pa nisu svi njega. A ne, oni kempaju rotaciju, vidiš.
Kempaju rotaciju. Jo, malo dok ti umro nismo javili sam. On ko da zna jebo majku svoju.
Pa verovatno su vam... Ja. Gledaj ovoga gdje leži, bre. Pa kad bi ga našao ovdje, čekićem bi ga tuku u glavu. Druže, kad bi mu odavde ubio.
Da viskem pas ovog auta našao bi ga.
Jebo, do kući bi mu došao tamo. Zabio bi mu nešto piće u oči.
Ovo je mrtav. Puštaju prvog. Pustili prvog i ubili obojicu. Hajde, drož. Ja bi opalio Rafal po ovom prvom, sve bi omašio, svi bi prošli pored mene posto toga.
Druže, kad bi prvi Rafala opalio, znaš gdje bi ovaj prvi otišao levo tamo, ono drvo, kad Hacijendi u farmu bi upao. Ropo bi u ovaj kokošinjec.
Evo te prva zona, 2 minuta do sklapanja, ti bez dvojice. Iskempaliti. I sad na scrimse.
Gle, ovome bratu nije do života, vozi jednom rukom, znači razmišlja, ispituje svoje životne
odluke. Ali brate, sad ti skontaj koliko su bolesna pravila na scrimsi. Ne, u scrimsima sad da ovo uradiš dobijem strajk.
A ne smiješ van zone ili...
Pa dobro, nebitno je, van zone. Pa ovo je van zone bilo.
Jes?
Da mi da je.
I možda...
Ček da vidim.
Ja ga možda...
Je van zone, bog, te viš je zona.
Iz prvog je pogodio.
Si vidio? A znaš da skidaju auta u pokretu iz mortara, ja si jebu.
Ne seš. Tajmiraju tako.
Gađaju auta u pokretu i ubijaju ljudi. Ja sam jednom probao mortar i završili smo na TikTok ti i ja.
Nisi ti probao, ti si bio da pipnem.
Ne pipaj.
Ne diraj ništa. A ja gotovo, ja već ubacio granatu. To je, znaš one vide u vojsci kad ubace granatu u mortar i ona samo ispadne ispred njih.
Kad se pobacaju ono sa strane sam.
Ba druže, beže, znači kud koji mili moj.
Bobo smradi.
Znači ovo je svjetsko prvenstvo, a? Svi igraju.
Bangkok.
Gen G, to mi je poznato, 4AM je poznato, ovo Hall bi rekao da mi isto poznato.
Paul Turci, Ascend, Njemci.
Šta je Egz?
Exalt, to ti Molodok, Tuba i... Ovi PLM su Kinezi, 4AM.
Šta je sa onim Gemti, Samti, one Bizanci?
A ne igraju.
Ne igraju više?
A igraju, ali ne igraju ovo profi. Ej, iz Bosanci. A jesi ima Bosanac jedan?
Ima neko od naših, ne?
Ima Kilijakaj.
Dobro, on je u Poljsku gdje.
A evo u Njemačku živi, ja mislim.
Dobro, to je onaj neki tim, nešto Njemci što su bili. S kim je on igrao? On je igrao nešto i za M-Force, tako?
Igrao, a dobro, za M-Force igrao BPL sam.
A šta su igrali oni? Koja je to ekipa Nemačka bila? Šta je to bilo? Koji su zvali?
Ascend, a sad kako su zvali, ne sjećam se. A, Shift V.
Dalje Shift V.
A Shift V su se nekad zvali, Chris, Mika, Kiljakaj.
Možda i pre toga, još nemam po. Ode Bobo Smith. I buši gume ne puca čovjek. Dragunovci.
Ali vidiš ovo, nije mi jasno kako ovo rade, brat.
Koje?
Kako upale highlight. To je scena, vjerovatno je to scena. Onda importuju source samo. U taj jedan prozor.
Pa znaš ti kakva je to produkcija. Znači on ima sigurno to negdje highlight gdje mu pospremljuje od softvera.
Da,
naprimjer kao što ti je... Da, tako je, i on odatle vuče direktno, ima znači scenu posebno, tako je, i onda vuče odatle, ali ti za to moraš da imaš, da ti on znaš, dovoljno jak računar, da ti on skladišti, da imaš koliko ti imaš source-ova tu, da menjaš scene i to.
Ali znaš šta mi nije jasno, kako uvate highlight?
Automatski ti hvata, ti imaš u ovim programima GeForce-a i to, da ti on hvata kill.
Znači, oni faktički moraš imati 16 observera, je li tako? Ili duplo više? Za svakog igrača. Kako uvati highlight to?
Vjerovatno njegov računar skladišti. Vjerovatno ima pokrenut na svom računaru, svaki igrač na svom računaru pokrenut.
A, igrač misliš, da, okej.
Tako je.
I onda baca na cloud ili neće?
Pa, ili na cloud ili su svi umreženi, logično ime da su svi umreženi da skladište na nekom glavnom i onda oni odatle vuku.
Kaže Ante sa 20 kompova stripa. Ja sam vidio da ima preko 20 obzervera. Moguće da je samo obzerveri to radi.
Tako je, ali ovo LAN.
LAN, da.
A da. Znači on u LAN-u može da skladišti na računaru svakog igrača i onda odatle vuče za krajnji stream. Znači šta je
Mi to možemo napraviti. Mi to možemo za Adriju napraviti. Ali samo tipa jedan da obzerva, drugi da vata highlighte tako neke koje ovaj ne vata. Ne možemo uvati sve, ali uvati ćemo nešto.
Ne, a kako ćeš ti da hvataš highlighte
s drugim kompom?
Da, ali ne možeš na računaru čovjeka hvatati. Ne hvata tebi, neće tebi hvatati kao obzerveru highlight igrice.
A ti hvataš sa bindom.
Da, ti moraš da snimaš onda posebno.
To. Kao što hvata moje, znaš, kad napravim neki kill, ja kliknem
sad,
i
na primjer, ja
klipam
gledam ovoga, bit će fight ovdje, upalim snimanje, pustim snimanje.
Da, ili klip samo, znaš, ako desi se kill, dobar kill i on snimi zadnjih minut.
I šta onda misli da se vuče web source ili da?
Pa ne mora web source, može media file. Direktno ga povučeš iz foldera kao...
Okej, to
da.
Brat, znači ovaj lik najgori mogući ovdje deo za fight. Osim svoj. Bori se brat kao da je su petorice.
Ja bi trojicu prijavio da se... Znaš, ako smo se mi na PCS-u misvici fajtali sa Tomilom. Tomil sam, druže, mijenjao 7 pozicija, mi prijavili četvoricu.
Ace of all trades.
Anything you could do to try to slow it down a little bit and see what you get. Oh, Sixel. Mortars in hand. Where are they sending them? Look like they might be sending them over towards Petrichor Road. They're gonna...
Evo ti mortar. A nije mortar.
Nije mortar.
Ali pao je blizu.
Mortara im je dao možda po 20.
Kako ne znaš i ove Pero, Petrichor Road? Oni su prvi sam. 4am ti je 4 Angry Men.
To znam.
4am 4 ujutro.
Brata, koji reši. Mnogo je radim.
Razuje se.
Shotty in hand, tries to peek through the door, baits it, we'll find... Star-Lord. Oh, he gets it! Go for the reload, Gilman. Star-Lord so low. The shotgun has done so much
damage. A brate, ali kako sod-off može na ovu distancu da ubije čovjek?
Kako?
A može u stvarnosti, ali brate, malo mi je preći. Kako kretnju ima lik.
Ne.
Third part.
Ne.
Kakav šupak njemački.
Ovo bi bio jebeni play turnira.
Sad bi banovo Miku.
Jao bre, druže, šta tebi kuca srce, ubio si lika s leđa, pedrčino mrtva raspala.
Samo pičke bodu.
XO, meanwhile, shots over towards Gen G. Only 2 up now as Insight in Akita. This is all happening on the southwestern side of the circle.
Ali kakvu kretnju lik ima i si ono bolest.
Bolesno, bukvalno ispituje, znači telom gdje mu je lik otprilike.
Nice knocks coming through. They need this desperately. As you can see, 14th place right now overall on the leaderboard.
Ali da vidiš Twisted Minds kako utility koristi. Pa ja ne znam, ono je next level. Znao sam da su dobri, da su najbolji, a šta su radili juče, to je bolest, prekiče.
Ko? Koreanci?
Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro bivši. Batulin je.
Aha, Batulin je.
Vidiš kako koriste plavu zonu, brate. Odbace plavu zonu, očiste sve. I onda ne idove u drugu stranu, gdje ovi bježe.
Gledaj. Ubiće ga ovi iz polja.
Jedan health.
Ovo je, pogledaj mu puls. Saka polako krene, se spušta. Ide onaj meme, call an ambulance, but not for me.
crucial for EXO if they come up victorious in that one.
Give EXO their props. They just went full 4v4 versus Gen G and came out ahead. They've got a lot of work left to do, but that's got to be a confidence builder, if nothing else, here with our final game on Miramar. Still 4 games left to play today. As we see Interforce back up to 3 strong. Their terrifying ordeal with the Kaiju Gooman.
Iju.
Waiting for Mika somewhere in the hotel tonight, because that
was ne izlaze mi se iz kuće.
Gdje moraš ići?
Ne, nije kao da moram.
Sad nije vam kiša, jel? Nama kiša ovdje pada.
Nemam pojem, navučena roleta, nisam igrao.
Pa meni je bila jutros kad sam se vraćao kiša.
Mislim da su bilo je brzo.
A najavili su neki snijeg u nedjelju.
Kao dobro vreme je bilo.
In their 2-2 split, so that might make things a little bit more interesting for Six.
Shvatio sam da ne igra mi se više ovaj PUBG. Mislim, možda mi se igra malo, ali mi se više igra Finals.
Ajde, brate, moje srce me očistilo, idi. Hvala, Laki.
Great first game with another good round here in game number 2.
Starting to play more confident as well, more bold to use PO's words, and I like to see it. They have still got plenty of fights to come though.
Izlazi Finals 7. decembra. I prvi turnir za novu godinu. Nisam slušao, jel?
Bio si njutovan, debil.
Kažem, 7. decembra izlazi Finals.
7. decembra, objavili su.
Da. I prvi turnir za novu godinu.
Kad je?
Juče.
Hoćemo da igram?
Mlađe, ja neću još da no life se spojim na infuziju.
Alo, ja sam sinoć provjeravao. Znači nije bilo. Ne, pre 2 dana.
IGN, idi na IGN Network. Ne, oni zvanično nisu ništa objavili, nego je bio neki intervju pa rekao čovjek.
A evo izašlo je, we expect the finals release date to land in early December. Znači početak decembra. Ja kad sam vas sad gledao je bilo do kraja 2023. odnosno u toku decembra.
Ali ti skontaj koliko dobru betu su ljudi napravili da im je samo 20 dana trebalo da fiksaju sve.
Da. Ili samo rade 15 sati. A da, realno igrica je radila dobro.
Kaže Igor Bule, ja sušta suprotnost, njemu se više ne igra, meni se opet igra. Ma nije, va igra si njemu.
A Igor je mazohist.
Opet sam dobio stipendiju da malo početim, baš malo. Hvala Laki, svaka čast na stipendiji živio.
Šta je sa Igorom? Gdje je brat? Igor Pančevac.
Moja lik ti kupuje novi kom sa 460 Ti i ovo ono.
Idi u BG.
Idi u
Alo
BG.
Igore, kad ćeš mi updateovati Likvipediju? Igore!
Alo.
Neki dan sam ušao tamo, ništa updateovao. Znači nije onaj PGC updateovao. Molim to da se reši. Joj, kad sjetim Dragona i Chilija, znači više mi se ne živi uopšte. Ne samo Dragona, ne kad se sjetim Chilija uopšte.
And you can see Hal has been eliminated. They have been taken down. SSG looks like they lost.
Za koga si glasao? Gdje si mujo? Za FaZe i Twisted. Twisted Minds i FaZe. Kaže Igor, odustao sam od tog projekta, odlučio sam da ne radim više za džabe.
Pametno.
Genius, man. 6 kills.
Yeah, trying to get something going. It's about time. They currently sat in 7th. We'll see if they can get through this match.
Ne, baš lepih stvari si izdešava. Dok sam igrao. Evo koliko sam ljudi upoznao. Za neke i žalim što sam upoznao, neki ne žalim. Primjer ovog Dulića nikako da se reši. To je najveća greška.
I kuma Čilija. Igrali smo, prije 5-6 dana smo igrali Apex. Znaš kako smo se posvađali.
Ma.
Ja mu nešto kolo 7 puta, on nije... A izludio.
Izgoreo. A je li bilo preopasno za njega? Da ne izgubi život.
Gdje si The Gatesi? Nema džabe ni u stare babe. The Gatesi završavam još malo rukije, pa ću krenut. Neki dan sam ti pio, a fino si se javio, nema šta. Kaže Igor, već to hendlovanje čiliva se ostatak svijeta. Eto, glava me zaboli čim se setim.
Ajo. A nije to ostatak sveta, Igore, ne. To je samo za neka njegova ubeđenja koja on veruje da su pogrešna, ali onda kada ih on koristi, razumiješ, onda su opravdani. Ne, on je poštenjačina samo kad drugi nešto rade, a kad on treba, onda ne.
Krećeš na Havaje.
To mene najviše ne
gledam Havaje. Krećem na Havaje. Gledam Havaje brzo.
To nezavisno od tih.
7 ujutro, druže, pa ja se budim u 6 svako jutro.
Kako li onda izgleda winner bracket kad je ovo ludo?
Ko budeš imao vremena šutra, vidješ.
Jo, kreša, druž. Ovo je Pero Martić pobi sve.
Pero jači život.
Šta urad s Pere, jebem ti sve.
A skontaj da Pero nije prošao winner bracket.
Evo Pero.
Shengi Long, nešto. Ko im ime smišljao, nije ih žalio. 3 dana mi ne odgovara. Druže, 3 dana nisam za kompu. Evo sad ću ti odgovoriti. To jest, ja sam za kompom, ali ono, dođem uveče u 12. Yes.
Gets the heel off. There you go. Akita will find him from the angle, and that's 8 kills now for EXO, but what a hold by Thunders with the M249.
Valiant effort, but falling short in the end. Americano will fall. That's Genius now up to 10 kills, only with 1 player down so far.
Pero sviži.
Might change that though, as it's looking very close to Sesson. Yes, Ixlip will find him.
Oh, Petrichor Road is just wrapping on this western or
eastern
side of the circle rather. They've come into contact with
Genius,
and just like that, it is game over for them. Great performance from Genius in this round, but now it is the Petrichor Road show. In hand for Ixlip.
Ma ja bi krenuo ruki, nego radimo oko nekog servera u CS, pa čim to završim krenuću. Nećeš se pokajati, eto. Stvarno je dobro. Jebote, to si ti meni predložio da gledam. Ja upalio i eto, navuko se.
Gdje ja tebe čujem?
Možda na streamu? Pošto mutam ono kad nešto, kad nije.
Nije mi uključen stream. Aj mutaj se. Pričaš sad?
Pričam. A, čuješ me preko streama OBS.
Aha.
Ide mi mikrofon, ono, output. Onda se ne moram ni mute, šta? Sedno me čuješ.
Da, ne smijem. Ako pričaš sa streamom, ne smijem.
Pa
samo reci, ono, vrati se osobi, da... Da znam.
Kaži Igor, kako god se okrene, bilo je to lepo, dobro druženje, Skill Arena, Dragon, svi BPL-ovi. Ma da, vrat. Doba BPL, najjače doba PUBG.
Na Balkanu.
Da. Mada je budi se polako scena. Sviđa mi se kako u kom to smjeru ide.
Trebalo bi. Zamrlo je poprilično, dešavaju se turniri veliki. Vidim neki desni klik ovdje, inspekti to, a ugasim to, nerviram.
Aha.
as the south side's kind of where all the action is.
Pero jebe mam.
To see if Falcons can maybe get a few more kills here. Menuda just trying to survive.
Pero čupa nogu iz dupeta ovim, znači ugazili su.
Well, he doesn't want any more of
A
that.
ne,
Actually, Monty's going to be the one that spots him. So another kill in the bag for EXO here as they're up to 9.
Gdje je nestao Balkan Grounders? Pa Balkan Grounders ne bojiš stream. A sam odao tu.
Pogledaj kontrolu koju ima njih trojica tu i gore dole, gore jebi ga ovaj su.
Da, i gore četvrti. Ma dobro, ne znači.
Ali je, gledaj bre.
Moje mrtvo.
Obrisao ga gumicu.
Ali viš kako je bacio 2 smuka i ocikove gore.
Da mi čuva desnu stranu.
Pogledaj ti kako on izgleda, brat. I kako on izgleda.
Ne znam koja mi liči na onog Roberta Kiyosakija. Ozbiljno, sašvijet.
Čekaj da ga vrati nas.
Kad bude ga prikazivao, znači, znaš kako izgleda Robert Kiyosaki? Samo što sad baš ono, pogledaj, liči na njega.
A naočare od Damera, jesi gledao Damer onu seriju?
Vidi izgaziš, evo. Je li ovo live tabela? Znači ovo nije uračunato su im ovi sad ako budu prvi, tako?
Nije, to se tek doda. Pa ne znao sad ko će biti prvi.
Da, pa dobro.
Sad ti je uračunato za drugo mjesto. Razumiješ, kogoda pa ne dobija te bodove.
A onda za prvo mjesto nisi dodaje još. Nego sam mislio nešto kao po vjerojatnoći. Pa viš da imaju vjerojatnoći gore.
Imaju, da.
Winner, aha. Ja sad baš te kažem, bilo bi dobro dobaci vjerojatnoći.
Summer, that's going to open things up here. Great off angle, and as you said, and that's right down pretty much the middle of their split. That's not the play he wanted to lose.
Da će ovaj Draft King sad? Dobro.
Finds the first. Capitan is still on the right side. I don't know he knows about that yet. Issue is Ixlef does not have a best, so Capitan could potentially melt him as soon as he peeks over. First trade come through. Capitan.
Jebo maj nije gubi.
I'm not sure where those bullets went, but they didn't go into Ixlef. Is now Silson finds
Joj, fejla jebo.
Au, brat. Ne, ovi su prodali. Falconi su prodali i onaj na onome malo pre i ovaj sad.
And now it is 2v2 for the win here. Ming somehow, some way.
Sad 14 HP, prestao si heala da. Brate, kako? Znači to je, nijednom trenutku nije... Flashali ga. Nijedno... Evo ga, Kiyosaki, dole desno. U jednom trenutku nije izlaganje tela prekomjerno, nego samo tačno koliko treba, bukvalno. Ja da sam igrao, meni je bio ovaj tamo video čarape, a ne glavu.
Ventilator. Si vidio ventilator nas?
Vidio.
Ovo je dobro, jebo.
Zašto je dobro?
A za ruke, da se ne lijepe.
Da se suši znoj.
Ili da se ne znoje prosto.
Evo je briš.
Nije loša scena, sviđa mi se. Ovakva je bila scena na LGS-u, na Apexu. Mislim plus $1 milion. Ali ovaj font slova mi više liči na neki World of Warcraft nešto, nego na PUBG, jel da?
To dobro, menjati se logo, ovaj je font od brenda turnira, bukvalno, zavisi kako hoće da predstavi.
Da, ali ima mi taj neki vibe.
Ali, okej.
Mislim, ne ovaj sad...
Ne rezonuje ti sa PUBG.
Da, ne ovaj sad logo što spaljuje, to mi je okej, nego vidjet ćeš kad nađe... Logo kojim bude mapa ispisana, vidjet ćeš.
Aha. Misliš font koji bude.
Font, to. Glava, rekao. Ali Dragunov, brate, na ovu distancu, one shot, odmah kill.
Što više gledam, shvatam da ja nemam šta da tražim na ovoj sceni. I da sam možda YouTube-ko previše vremena.
on Petrichor Road in the middle with multiple teams on angles. Why did nobody push them? Purple Mood had the chance to. They could have taken their spot. I just feel like it comes down to the lobby. Why?
It's not just the lobby. It's that it was game 2 on the
šta
last
ćemo
day
sa
of
finals?
full eliminations.
So people
No
are
one
afraid.
wants to be the team
Što?
that makes that push to risk it for
Igrat
2,
ćemo šta?
maybe 3 points,
Ćemo
and then
igrat.
loses their chance to go deep and possibly win it. It is a game-winning play.
Ja sam baš ono jedno vrijeme, znači no life-ovao. Na kraju onaj posljednji dan sam 2 turnira osvojio. Ili sam uzeo, ne, jedan sam mislim.
Ti si uspio i posljednji dan da igraš, u 9 se zatvara, ali ti si uspio da.
Ja sam posle toga, da. Ali su serveri nešto baš nisu, da bukvalno me u svakoj rundi meča me je izbacivalo i morao sam da se rekonektujem. Ali sam bio uporan. Bukvalno su i ostali ti neki, vjerovatno.
That you cannot leave that. You have to take every opportunity that's
Ali
given to you.
šta
And I
sam
don't think this is
što?
an opportunity to say, welcome back to the desk, my name is Toppies,
Baš,
this is Avenger.
fanat mi se baš sviđa. Mnogo maštovito možeš da igraš, da. Bukvalno nigde takve kreativnosti ne može da bude kao ono.
Da.
Zato sta sam sa onim jump padom, razumiješ, kad ga montiraš na krov, na padinu, znaš dokle odeš. Ako se, znači, uslajduješ i na krov si. Znači, izbacite pod uglom od 45 stepenić kao katapult.
Da. Kaže Igor, 7000 sati i ne žalim ni za jednoj sekundi, bole me nija, brate moj.
A, mislim, ne žalim samo zbog tih lepih uspomena i tih stvari. Sad da pogledam baš koliko ja imam. Ne žalim samo eto zbog tih iskustava i prijateljstava.
Pa mislim, tad nisi ni mogao ništa bolje igrati.
Library.
A ti imaš jedno 4.
5 i 189. Od toga je tipa 2000 dok sam streamao. Znači to su prve 2-3 godine PUBG. Ja sam bukvalno počeo da streamujem 2017. PUBG.
Sinova, ma nisi podgovorio sam ti Bog. Da, o toj seriji Rookies. Što je postao policajac 40 godina. Brutalna serija.
Ja odoliću. Pravio sam hleb koji se pravi 24 sata.
Šta, da nadođe?
Pa nešto nadolazi, pa onda istežeš testo, pa...
I?
Ispodod.
Je li onaj Buckmeister ili si sam jesi, ono kako to ide?
Sve sam.
Imaš sliku?
A sinoć sam pravio supu sa knedlama od fazana i pilet. Znači izvestio sam se za kuvanje.
Što dobro izgleda, je.
With a sponge at the very top, I clipped the guys from Petrichor Road, of course. 85 points now. They're just gonna
Ovo je neka druga vrsta.
You kind of want to keep away from them.
Ovo je sad posljednji što
Which I think is why we're going to continue to see what we saw at the end of that last game when Petrichor should be
Ovaj sam gledao, ovo je od ranije.
Pa ovo,
To ti je, kako prepar, a dobro, ali si mi slao već ovaj. Kaže Igor, zato nije od 24 sata čekao da mu hleb nadođe.
Što najgore, malo sam ga i zajebao, zato što bukvalno sam, znači prethodni dan, na svaki pola sata treba da istežeš to testo, znaš, dok narasta. I onda poslije da ga ostaviš u još 2,5-3 sata da naraste i onda ga ide u frižider. Međutim, ja imao nekih obaveza taj dan show program i morao da dajem neko slikanje. I rekao, aj zadržat ću se tipa sat vremena na slikanju, brzo ću završiti. Brate, meni zvoni alarm na slikanju, treba da završim hleb da ga stavim u frižider, a mi ni počeli nismo. Tipa, to je bilo u 5:20, a ja sam došao kući u 20 do 10 sa slikanjem.
Kaže Igor, od cijele vekne napravio sandvič i usrao se od klopi. Da ženi da proba, ako preživi 24 sata, možeš i ti jesu.
Ne može, zajeban bre, težak, ne, znači pojedeš bukvalno 2 kriške i to je to. Jebi ga pravim od kilogram brašna skoro.
Ako šta, koje brašno staviš?
Mešano neko za kao ražanje.
Mešano meso. Dobro izgleda baš. A Marko ti je kupio onaj Buckmeister, znaš. I onda...
Ne znam, to je za mešanje, šta za...
A kako se to zove? Buckmeister je na njemačkom, ali na...
Nakucat ću.
Nije mikser, nego baš... Jesi mikser, ali i pečet i to sve.
I fermentuje možda.
Da, znači ti unutra ubaciš sastojke i on miješa i prži se. Oni su sad navukli na to.
Ma to ti je baš ono kad si lenio. Ali
A dobro, ali pomogne ti dosta.
Pa pomogne,
ti da si to da imaš, odeš na to, kako se zove, na slikanje i ne razmišljaš.
Pa, to je za običan hleb. Ja običan hleb zamesim za 15 minuta dok se aktivira kvasac.
Kaže Igor, to se zove pekara. Radi sve, to je top stvar.
Ti, na primjer, za ovaj hleb što sam ti posljednji poslao, ti da bi ojačao taj gluten unutra, znači pola sata, to što kada mešaš, kada čekaš da naraste i kad uzmeš da bukvalno istežeš, znači uzmeš testo, podigneš ga do tačke pucanja i prebaciš.
Jebo mater, ti ojačava gluten, pa Đoković da proba taj tvoj hleb, on bi umro na licu mjesta.
Ali zbog tog vrenja koje traje tako dugo, taj hleb je prvo najpuniji nutrijentima i to, a i najmanje kao tog štetnog glutena i tih štetnih nadimanja i tako to ima. To ti je sourdough se zove. Sourdough bread. Sourdough bread, eto to sam pravio.
Kako? Sauron?
Sour, kao kisel. Sourdough.
To ko onaj sour sos u čipsu.
Ne, tako je.
Gle pikselika, druže, on bi jeo ovaj tvoj hleb, ne bi prostio Bog. A kako ja volim ovog lika?
Gdje ti? Nisam vidio.
Pa na streamu.
Nisam gledao sad ovaj na Discordu.
Ali ovi Kinezi svi nose ove damer naočare.
Rej pa, šta? Kako damer? Ko je samer? Kak je amer?
Damer je onaj lik sa serije, onaj ubica.
Ne, pa. Koje serije?
Pa Damer se zove serija, tako. Najmaš na Netflixu, ono, ili mislim da je na Netflixu?
Ma.
Najcrnja serija koju se gleda u životu, nije mi život valjao 5 para kad se je pogledao.
Depresivno.
Ali je dobra serija, ono, kvalitetno
urađeno. To Meldinu Duriću kad bi poslali, on bi se ubio.
On bi sjekao vene poslije prve špice.
Jel da, Igore? U stvari to je najbolje fejda da pita. Evo kad smo već kod hrane, gledam se. Jesi probao nekad spanać i jaje na oko?
Jesam. Ima u kafeteriju. Znaš, u kafeteriju ima dobar doručak, sve te take zajebancije.
Sad ću da idem da pravim. Imam spanača.
Kaže Igor, ne mala sisica. Serija je to bat.
Gle, brate, ovoga slaže Rubikovu kocku. Ono prebio neki. Kako se zove serija? Nemojte me navlačiti. Neću to gledati.
Što dođe taj spana nešto, kako god je rekao, spanać, to je, kako se to kaže, Ante pita, a što on ti isplita, što oni znaju? Aj ti ludilo. Šta dođe, kako se to drugačije zove?
Ne znam, bukvalno.
Spanać. Jebot, kako se kaže na engleski?
Ono što jede Popaj.
Da, ono što Popaj jede, jebi ga, sad kontaš šta je.
Sad ako pitaš šta je Popaj...
Zadra, ne Splita. Ej, ti đavo, vred. Ne zna ni Delta što je spanać. Špinat. Et.
Ne verujem. Špinat je nešto drugo.
Špinat.
Ne, špinat je... Ne znam šta je špinat. Ali nije to. Možda jeste. Jeste jebot.
Mi imamo McDonald's, a nema ga Split. A ono u Split 4 McDonald's. Kaže Ante Špinat jede Popaj.
Znači Ante je Splića.
Zadar. Ali izgleda da, slušaj, Splića, izgleda da je da njima Popaj su pogrešno prevodili, brat.
Kako?
Kaže Špinat jede Popaj, a Špinat nije spanac.
Da.
Ante Hajduk, ko Subnoise Hajduk.
Špinat.
Šta je ovo, nudla?
To sam uzeo belo meso i seckano onako na filete i onda sam istukao te filete, rastanjio i onda sam unutra stavio cheddar sir i još neki kajmak namaz, urolao, zavio sam onim kanapom i onda stavio zapekao u rerni. Kad se malo onako ispeklo, onda sam uzeo na tiganju pa sa puterom i berem lukom onako premazivao. Dok se još malo napravila korica i onda je to uz nudle, ramen, napravio ramen.
Dobro izgleda. Baš dobro izgleda. Aj, prestajem pričati o hrani, jebo se, da smijem dede.
Što?
A ne smijem, moram, pazi.
Jel imaš nešto sad kao neku terapiju?
Imam, da. Mika.
Ja bi samo jeo.
Brate, pogledaj šta je lik uradio sa sunđerom od mikrofona, izgrizo ga cijelog.
Nije, mislim da su to ulepili, brate.
Viš da je lijepljen.
Vidiš da i ovaj i onaj tamo prethodni imaju nešto kao. Možda ili je takav, ili... Ne pa. Vidiš i ovaj ima nešto.
I nisam skontao, ali ova ima toliko iskošene oči ili spava.
Je možeš da prikažeš na streamu, čekaj.
Teams almost running each other over, or someone having a headshot on him in a moment where he's unaware, and you just see that instant spike from the calm 80s up to 120. It just goes to show their hearts can equally, I mean, as calm and good.
Vule gurman janjetinu peče.
On their skin, I mean, at any given moment. I mean, you saw the 4 AM boys.
Jesi vidio ono, ima prasugrad, nisi.
Doliću. Ajde, pauziraj taj stream, pusti na streamu na YouTube ovo. I onda im pusti onaj video nas dvojice kad sa mortarom radi.
Daj mi na dvojku.
Čekaj. Znači, pusti to na streamu. Na dvojku.
Brate, treba napraviti klip kako to rade. Viš ova slova na tego, pogledaj brzo. Kao Wolf da je jebote.
De.
A, kako da vratim sad?
Pogledat ću na streamu kod tebe. Aha. Pa dobro, da. Pravo si.
Ovako smo mi mortari spaljivali.
Pusti i zvuk da se čuje. A gledajte kako pogleda, tako sam ja u tebe, nego šta radi.
Šta je posle?
do so. So if you're a Ascent, if you're a Gen G, either you pop your parachute
A
immediately,
pusti sad ono
or you're
kad ti ja
forced to land
ipadaju.
closer to where you
moram
did
naći
the
to.
plane than
Gdje ti je
what
to?
you normally would have.
A,
the
ti-
Imaš
bigger
na
bit
YouTubeu?
to the ground.
Well,
Ne
in
znam.
the end,
Nemaš našu,
looks like
aj
it
imaš
may
ti
have just
našu
been more
ocenu.
cinematic
A mogu
than
ću.
anything, as
Yeah.
everybody's pretty much safe here.
Poslao sam ti ja.
I'm trying to see who Uba might have been shooting at there. It might have been somebody from 4 a.m. down the road.
I think it was Howl. I think it was the last of trying to make his
there
way
we go.
down
I
towards
see,
the
I
south.
see him now underneath the Howl logo. And okay, let's go down to the south. Is 100% playable. Should,
Šta je bro?
on paper, be a relatively slow early game.
A, ovo, jel imate
Especially
prasi
considering
kod
the fact
kuće,
of
da,
how
vidio.
north
To sam
this
jutros vidio.
plane path actually was. I mean,
Good.
compared to where this.
Pusti to ti je
gdje si
sad
znao valj?
onaj.
Kućna žurka, prase, janje, nešto.
Što kući, imaju žurke po gradu i ti kući.
Ali ima prase u gradu.
Ima prasi u granu. A ima prasi u granu.
Kućna žurka, prase, janje, nešto.
Kućna žurka, prase, janje.
Ali ima prase u gradu.
A, ima prasi u granu.
Dobar lik.
Ajde, pusti bre onaj mortar. I ajde, pusti nam stream da ga.
A gdje, ne znam naći taj mortar. Ne.
Poslao sam ti na disku.
It'll be interesting to see where the e-pickups come out here.
Ali treba da se čini mi se više da pustiš ovog. Aj gledaj, Doruć, da, aj. Bravo, debilčino.
Čoveče, vidi,
Ali dobro, jebi ga, ja sam tebi rekao, Doruć, aj pogledaj.
Bravo, doktori. Sad ja nisi živim zvuka, nemam auta.
drugi vli.
Over in that direction, but it looks like all free and clear.
Tako mi mortar koristimo. Ovi gađaju auto u pokret.
The three-seater wasn't a thing in esports. The players were like, no, we can't control it, we don't want to drive it, we just leave it out. And then I feel like kind of without telling anyone, it was just sort of snuck back into esports and people didn't really realize initially. And I was like,
sa telefona.
wait, it's been like 3 years since I drove this thing. How does it even work?
Gdje si, Rikec?
Ain't nothing wrong with a three-seater, man. Ain't nothing wrong with a BMX either. I will
The
not
trike.
hear
Dok se u
any
sebi, ma nije
bicycle
već,
slander
zajebanci.
as Songjang
Zanimljivije je ono prva zona
very
svaka.
close. Emmy calling for some backup. He's maybe seeing if he can maybe bait Songjang into taking shots over towards DraftKings.
He has no loot.
He's got nothing, man. Okay, Still's in, creeping by in the distance. Yes, Songjang. He's his spidey senses are tingling here.
And he better play it as safe as he possibly can, because his team is nowhere near him. DG is the closest teammate. He's over a kilometer away still. Esther, PO, I mean, over by Hosan Prison. That's going to be at least another minute and a half before they get anywhere near Songjang. So play it smart, play it safe, and I think if you're Falcons, you want to do the same thing. They're currently set up in 7th place, but as you said before, I mean, this leaderboard, one bad game, and that's you outside of top 12. And there he goes.
Oh, there he goes, Emmy. Good shooting there. It's not like he was sitting on a whole heck of a lot of loot.
Pojeo ga je s ovim Ace.
I think maybe Songjang, the spidey sense may have been tingling at first, but he got a little bit caught up in the comfort.
He had one thing going for him.
What's that?
He knew.
He knew.
He knew that there was an opponent in the compound. Songjang did not.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's take a second to catch a quick interview with Mr. Eichsleft.
我感觉非常好，这样明天的压力也能少一点吧。倒也不是吧，从小组赛到现在，我们就是更多的是关注是在团队上的东西。但是毕竟 PUBG 也是一个就是更注于团队配合的一个游戏。但是就是单论个人能力的话，我感觉我应该是第一。因为第一天的分数得的比较多嘛，然后我们第二天可能会放得更开一点，就是打法更奔放，更具备侵略性一点。
Aggressive and unrestrained, Toby. I think that pretty much summarizes what Petrichor Road has been doing here the last couple of days.
Oh yeah, you love to hear it if you're a Petrichor fan. You hate to hear it if you're the other 15 teams on the server, because when they play good, they play scary good. And right now, EXO, off of a good Miramar game in the previous one, are trying to get something going here as well. Rip fights the first, Lorena though, able to trade back, but here comes Akita to fight the third.
Akita just barely gets that one, and they will flush out Lorena as well. Boliang. No MML with the Panzer. He's gonna find Akita. Right, tries to hide behind the US, but you can't hide from the Panzer Faust.
Awesome,
unfortunately, as that will be EXO.
Uvijek ti ide os.
That was like you said, it was
8
a great
prolazi
game
u...
on Miramar, man. You were hoping that maybe might be starting to snowball here a
A
little
8 ide
bit.
kući.
But just like that, down to 2 here on Tego.
You know, I mean, EXO got
Znači
the good
8 ide
game
u
and they're
last
still
chance,
not
8 ide
inside the top,
kući.
but still, I mean, not even a good game, a half good game away from getting up there.
Yeah.
Sixel still need to find that good game. If this, despite losing Lorena early, if this can be kind of the jump start to them stringing a couple of good matches in a row and then making a run for top 8. I'm just saying the more teams in the run for top 8 coming into the last game, the merrier. So Sixel, get up there
Kako
too.
ga je popravio, bolje da ga nije dirao.
Maybe.
And boop.
Boop him. Hey,
There you go.
There it is. I love that car, but it's very square.
It really is. It's like the Hyundai Cybertruck.
Stop.
Can't tell me it doesn't kind of look like it.
It does, and I'm so tired of people trying to tell me that the Cybertruck looks cool. All right, this is all happening north of Yongshan, where E36 maybe, I think they were just looting, and now Veronica 7 is just sending it past here. And they just happen to catch them a little bit split. We'll see if E36 actually wants to do anything about this, or if they're just content with letting them pass through.
I can't tell if this is an ambush or if it's literally just E36 saying, please leave, we don't want to have you here, because they're not in a position from where they could really take proper fights. Oh, Schofield jumping for info, spots some of kind of mid-air. Good thing for him is that he's able to get back down to the compound on the southern side, because I don't think you want to be up there alone against the entirety of Petrichor.
Nope. Get me on out of there. And I think Veronica 7 were in the middle of that rotation, and he jumped over that hill and saw a car underneath him, and he was like, wait a second. Something fishy's going on here. And they stop down to look around, and immediately E36 opens up, but don't get a knock. So Veronica 7 actually just going to go ahead and continue their wrap away from this bridge, and discretion being the better part of valor. They'll find a different way to make their way across to the next, to the mainland.
I like the idea that E36 is like, guys, why are you staying here? You were in the middle of a rotate, like we're proning, allowing you through. Stop flipping your cars right next to us. It's too tempting. And well, yeah, as you said, now V7 will have to figure out what they're gonna do instead. Genius have, well, I mean, had a pretty decent run on Miramar throughout this losers bracket. Outside of that, though, it ain't really been nothing to write home about. So let's see if they can get something going here on Taiko as they make their way in from the far western side. They have plenty of space, and that's really understating it. The entire western side of this circle is completely open. So we'll be able to pick and choose pretty much exactly where they want to play this one from.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give Genius credit where it's due. I mean, they've done a fantastic job of getting in the top 8. They're sitting at 4th right now with 54 points, but that is about the most unsecure top 8 placement that we've seen in a long time, and that's kind of goes for everybody up there with the exception of Pero.
We also got to keep in mind, I mean, while Genius did not really get anything going, I should say, at all in the group stages, they still qualified to this tournament ahead of the likes of Cerberus, who is one of the strongest fragging teams in the world right now with Himmers and Tycon. So clearly, I mean, they can put up good matches.
Got something.
It's just about being able to pull it off here, and maybe a start to a game here with plenty of space to maneuver. They like to play it in slow from the edge. If they can, if they can find a way to play their own PUBG, comfortable PUBG, they might just be able to get a good thing going here.
You see 4 a.m. coming in from the north side. They got all types of space around them. E36 as well. They're creeping into Terminal, where Star-Lord had already scouted out. Now Veronica 7, they finally make their way across. So early on, 10 minutes in, first circle about to close. Ooh, hard south. Okay, that's going to take some more rotation. A lot of people on the north side, and again, we've lost, I think, what, 50? We're at 59, so we've lost four players. Obviously, once again, reminder: PMA playing today with only 3 due to illness. So that's why we have the lobby of 63, but
Brate, li moguće da oni nemaju coacha ili suba koji će da uđe, evo. Ljudi igraju 3 mena.
Just in front of them, EXO just in front of them, and SSG now kind of splitting around this road.
Yep, they're 2-2 split. Are they going to try and see if they can punish off of this split? Because I think 4AM, if they read on this push that they're just
MML.
2 players inside, they could be troublesome for them. And as you said, MML flipping a vehicle that could be to his downfall, because now 4AM is on the hunt. They're going to shoot on over. A lot of dark smoke coming out of MML's vehicle. Not sure that he's going to be able to drive that one forever. In the meantime, Xiaopian, you got to watch out how eagerly you're going forward here. And don't crash into one another either. You're right now in the middle of a space station split, and I don't think they're realizing just yet that it's a split 2-2, because once they do, you'd have to imagine that they pull up.
Ooh, big shots from Crazy. This is 4AM now stopping down as we see Howl. They're going to spot out Sixel. Sixel just sent it right dead towards center. They've already lost one player. They're right under the purview of Ruin. A few shots coming through, but that's about it. 4AM, meanwhile, looks like they've left the little ditch that they had over by SSG, worked around a little bit more towards the north. So
gdje si, Mari? Hoćeš igrati posle, pa hoću. Pozdrav, Antiću. Hoću.
Very early city commit here, but then again, they're playing the edge of the city, so they're always able to disengage if need be. In the meantime, Petrogol continuing to find teams on rotation. Ixlef able to find the first, but now the rest of PMA trying to make a run for it. Again, a team already kind of battered and bruised, and just can't seem to find any success here.
It backs up against the wall for sure for PMA. As they've now lost Kit, and I think they've lost all their gasoline. So they are just going to go ahead, find a place in the center, and lie prone in a bush. Unfortunately for them, Schofield sees it. Can't even line a bush around here, man. It's dangerous.
I was going to say it's not the worst place to run out of gas, but it's pretty much the direct opposite of that. In the middle of the open, 4 teams aware of their position, and I think PMA stays accounted in this match.
That drag. Ooh, there you go, Tian. Okay. He said, not going to let it farm for free on us. And yeah, Tian wants this. He's going to go. He's like, hey, man, we got to knock. We don't
Igramo poslije. Pa imam dogovoren squad. Ajde, ako bude mesto zovem.
Also get out of that position. Again, everyone knows where their issue is.
A verovatno će faliti.
He tries to run back down. It's not going to work out for him. He's going to fall. And now Exalt full speed forward, trying to go up against Petrogol here. Issue is they're running into a 4-man position.
Sure. Oh, no.
No, that is not how you Panzerfaust the opponents. Don't go for the table.
Well, you know what? It's a learning process.
Yeah, I suppose it is. I suppose it is.
Chewy goes down, but Exalt will flush that out. They'll get credit for the kill. Is Petrichor Road. They are still circling the wagons here, seeing if they can maybe take a fight to Exalt. This all on the north side of the circle. Zone will pop. It's going to center right on up. And you see Howl still trying to take it to Tian. Tian very low. He's going to go down, and that's PMA out in 16th.
Finally down, but just, I mean, Howl should never have allowed that to happen. Schofield knows where the opponents are, and as one falls, just group up, play it smart, play it together. Instead, they lose 2.
All right, grenade from Ixlef will be enough to find the first knock on a Molotov. Yuba going to go down to Ming, and now it's all down to Art. Now Fate is arriving. Okay, so there's still 2 up for Exalt. Ixlef trying to find the angle. He gets there, gets Art low, but doesn't get the knock.
See if he can find something with it here. Underhand Nate should, if it goes out on the other side of the wall, at least do some damage, but it's not going to be enough. He gets the first hit off in time.
All right, Ixlef not wasting any time. He'll find him. Fate from range trying to do some damage, but Petrichor Road, this is I mean, this is what did he say? It was aggression and playing crazy, essentially. Unrestrained.
Yep.
There you go.
We are seeing Space Station sneak their way up towards
Kako dereva jauk selensovani.
Third party in the meantime here, Howl again running from trouble to trouble as they now run into E36. E36 mega wide wrapped on the western side of this circle and have just full speed plummeted to the center. They're in trouble. They're taking casualties because of it, but hey, at least they're here.
All right. Howl goes out, but sitting in 8th place. Again, it's hard to really keep track. It's hard to express a whole lot of importance about the cut line right now when everything is so damn close, and we've still got 4 games remaining. So, you know, I got to imagine that cut line is going to shift about 5 more times before it's all said and done. Meanwhile, Fate, last player up for Exalt. He'll get away, at least avoid that Petrichor Road juggernaut for the time being. We'll see how long he survives here as Exo Clan is going to get eliminated by
Evo to ovaj
Serti
Petrichor
and
Road
Genius.
igra ko što je Tiamba igrala prvi dan.
Ship is sinking, and it's about being able to stay afloat, staying above water. And every single 0-point game you get is you potentially being kind of shoved out of that really close mid pack.
Yeah, you can't afford it, man. You can't afford to go out with absolutely no points. As we see SSG on foot from the north. Sharpshot and Page with the high ground. They've got Pixel and Roth playing a little bit lower now. Buxansa just off to their west has Purple Mood making their way to the south side of the city. They have no reason to be in any hurry.
Yeah.
As they're just doing a little bit of scouting here. Looks like MML rather from Sixel might be taking shots over towards them.
Yeah, again, I mean, right now everyone just waiting, try to get a good gist of what's happening around them, who is sat right next door, unless if they, of course, know that already, and just wait for this next circle to pop. Imagine quite a few teams getting into their vehicles as we speak, as the circle is going to pop. Where are we? Going into the open fields towards Ouyang. Really couldn't be any worse for pretty much everyone, but D+, Kia, and Genius.
Yeah, Kia's got to be on the clock here, though. They've got to be expecting company from all sides here. Essentially, Ascend already on the move, trying to send it. I'm not sure if they're going to send it into the city or just in the outskirts of Ouyang, but that looks like what the plan is. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, they're in the north. They've got a compound and they've got a bunch of goodies about to fall right on top of them here, so they're pretty happy. Purple Mood in a little bit of a 2-2 split, trying to figure out what's the safest way of moving forward here.
Purple Mood right now kind of tunnel visioning the east side. The issue is you have Petrichor playing in on foot through Buxansa.
Oh, that's scary, man.
You can't really fault them for not realizing that this thing is happening right behind them. I hope for them, as we can see as well, that they are getting into their vehicles. They are opting to leave, and now more teams trying to get into the city. That's going to be Veronica 7 this time around, trying to set up. So now 3 teams sharing Ouyang.
So far, so good for DK plus Kia as they continue having their high ground. Roth take a few shots towards Purple Mood as they're scattering a little bit here. They've left a couple up on the high ground, but there you go. Petrichor, as you said, right behind them, backfilling outside of the city. And now all of a sudden, Purple Mood is just scattered in shambles as they're getting shot at from every direction. Duckman's going to go down now as well, as SSG still in a good position to take that fight. But now Petrichor Road and SSG, they're going to square off. Fluky, the last one up for PLM.
These teams penalized hard for going into the low grounds early when there's still high ground left to play. Ming finally gets found. That's Petrichor taking some more damage. We saw Chewy go down to his own Panzerfaust earlier in the game. And I mean, again, Ixef peeking this aggressively without a helmet, going against an entire team. Very, very bold playing. But again, of course, Petrichor set at 90 points already. Don't really have a whole lot to lose by trying to harass some of these teams.
There you go. Kia going to steal that one away from SSG and continue to take shots. Oh, sharp shot. Getting knocked pretty low here as the rest of the boys, they found Fluky. Fluky could do some damage, though. We've seen this man pull off some magic. He's going to find the first one. Coming around the side, double peeking. SSG not wasting any time.
Glad we get the kill to come through. We'll see if more comes of it. In the end, Summer will get knocked as well. Ixleft still alive on the hillside. If he opts to look down in this direction, he has SSG players wide out in the open, because there's one angle he's kind of peeking from. That's where they're completely exposed to, and I think Minuta realizes this too. Am I helping these guys out, or am I just letting Ixef do his thing?
I mean, honestly, Kia, they had the high ground in the dead center of the circle, as we said. Nobody has pressured them at all.
Yeah.
I don't even think anybody's taken a shot in that direction just yet. There you go. Petrichor Road will go down as Ixef gets spotted out by Pio.
Circle continuing to shift to the low ground. It's just D+ left with the hill to play. And again, I'm loving the fact that they're not looking into the city just yet, because they have to be very, very aware of what's happening out here to the west.
All right, a lot of stuff going on to the west, as you said. Gen.G and Sixel squaring off right now. It's just a trade of utility back and forth. No knocks coming through just yet. Off on the south of this, Falcons slowly starting to make their way to the zone, but it looks like they may be interested in trying to see if they can find an angle on this. They absolutely could use all the kills that they can get. 3 already for Falcons, which is definitely something they need. They've, again, more placement points than kills. Not something that you see very often.
Not at all. Space Station in the meantime having to figure out where they're planning on going. Rough did continue further forward when the team stopped here on the rock. And now being aware that Petrichor has been eliminated, that should allow for SSG at least to start off their rotation without getting shot at, and they will indeed get into cars now.
Pa ne pojem, bukvalno čujem sebe.
A zašto je dupli? Zato što u output ide desktop, audio gdje si ti čuješ, ide i ovaj.
A to tako ti kad streamuješ.
Trebalo bi jednom da se čuješ kad streamuješ.
A na... No, vjerojatno je drugačije kada... Čekaj, ti sad streamaš desktopa, tako? Ne streamuješ specific app.
Da.
Kad bi streamao, na primjer, specific app, samo taj tab na Google, onda bih čuo samo ovo, ne bih čuo ni tebe kad se mutuješ, ni sebe.
Da. Ali, a mogu stani.
Nema veze, nije kao da, ono, tiho se čuje svako.
Not many options for him there as they had to do something with DK plus Kia right on the hill overlooking him. So SSG just pushing right into the face of Sixel. They'll find Boliang to open things up. Right behind the tree. He's going to get spotted out by Page. And just like that, Sixel is getting summarily dismantled. Suze, the last player up.
And again, this is where Space Station has found their success. They did it on Miramar as well. Clean those edges, sweep around the side. Players 4, they're incredibly skilled up-close fighters, and they're pretty much, again, setting themselves up for success when trying to execute these plays.
Yes, indeed. As Falcons, Capitan got left behind. He's going to win the 1v1 against Pio, but immediately gets taken down by Page as SSG finding themselves perfectly timed to third party this fight with Gen G and Falcons.
Oh, had DJ tap one more time. Well, DJ, as you see, tap one more time, he would potentially have found the knock in the end. DJ. The Sharp takes him down in the end of it. Asus will try and see if he can live to ride home.
Kaže brat DJ.
10 teams alive, could potentially sneak his way into placement points by staying alive here for a little while longer, but he has one knocked on the other side, and that's going to be SSG eliminated again. I like the idea, I like the approach, but too slow in clearing out the team and push further forward. One got to stay alive. That meant that SSG had to spread out more, try and take more control, and in doing so, got seen by both D+, Kia, and Gen G.
Yeah, just lost track of the zone, too, a little bit maybe there, not realizing that they didn't have as much time as perhaps they thought they would. DG98 will hop in the vehicle as the rest of Gen G tries to push up in. There you go. Sixel will get finished off by DK. But Zhanggu takes a knock, and now Gen G right on their doorstep.
Exactly. Gen G is well aware of where D+ Kia is playing this game from, and Nate's already in hands of 3 of them. We'll see. They can lob one and over, potentially find the knock as DG peeks on over. Sin is instantly there to get one knock. Almost finds the second, but Esther says no.
Big trade coming out there from Esther. As now Gen G having to reset just a little bit. Menuda still has the grenade, still has some utility left in the bag to use. Zhanggu will get the heal off, and he will be able to turn his attention over towards the fight. They're going for the res, but Ascend coming into third party. This right behind Gen G, and they're going to clean it up. Clean stuff from Ascend.
What a timing on that play as well, leaving the city knowing that they have to go out and make a play. And again, we talked about them having maybe had opportunities where they didn't capitalize. This is not the case this time around. Full speed push on forward. First they take out one team, now they're trying to find one more as D+ Kia is being pushed into 4 AM.
And Mika with the grenade will finish it off, and that's more kills for Ascend. 8 now in the bag. Brexgo is bleeding out. It's Chris is going to get knocked. Mika has very, very low as 4 AM coming up over the top at the perfect time. Finds the angle, but doesn't get the knock.
What a headshot to come through on that 4x spray there. The rest will be committed to.
Ubah ide kući izlazi, pa dobro ima još 3 meča. 35.
Confirmed again, even though it's not a win for Ascend here, they probably would have died had they stayed on the southern side. Instead, they wrapped their way up west.
Ima još 3 meča, ali baš loše igraju, pravo si.
A ton of kills, and oh my god, Emmy, you're right next to Fade.
They have no idea.
Oh no.
Oh, Fade.
They don't see it. Oh!
Now they realize he's just on the other side. But the other! The snake in the grass gets the better of Falcons.
The fangs on fate as he finds 2 and Exalt gets more points. Somehow staying alive from the pressure from 4 a.m. There you go. He'll finally get finished off. 4 a.m., 4 kills now. And again, they are the only ones outside of the city, Toby. It is down to Genius and Veronica 7 inside, and Veronica 7 has already taken 2 knocks.
12 alive in phase 6. The fights on the hills come to an end. The fights in the city just begin. Cest finds a double with the nade. No flush is confirmed just yet, but that might just be a triple. And indeed, it is. Human was rest, so he'll go back down once more. Now there's just 1 left alive on the side of V7.
Genius running through, trying to clean this up as quickly as they can. There you go. 6 kills now for Genius, and they still don't have to leave their city, Toby. What is it with Tego today? This whole tournament, really, it feels like all of our circles, all our games are ending in zone 6, zone 7. There's so much violence early on.
A lot of open space that teams have still yet to really figure out how to maintain control of it. So what happens when we get these new maps, teams are feeling forced to go more aggressive, maybe not seeing the 10 options that they have available. But here we go, Sir T peeks on through, finds Crazy instantly.
Beautiful spray from Sir T, and he'll pull back away. Stay alive for now. Unfortunately, not able to get the flush, and 4 angry men doing a damn good job of defending their knocked player and making sure that Genius can't get that knock.
You mentioned it earlier, too, the crates that they were given, 3 of them with level 3 gear. We saw Xiaopian with a Groza and an MK14. These guys are incredibly stacked when it comes to their weaponry, especially for a close fight. We'll see, though, if Genius can put a dent in it with the utility. They already have the knock on 1. I like the Chloris trying to get this off angle.
I'm looking at a map. I think Genius might have been able to get a little bit of a come up in equipment as well. There's another drop just in the south side of the city. We'll see as Chloris will have to pull off that blue zone grenade, did a little bit of damage. But full reset essentially here from 4 a.m. But the problem is Genius has 4 a.m. back into a corner right now with nothing but the wide open grass fields behind him. Now, Xiaoyan Zipian still off in the distance here. He might be able to get a dirty little angle here onto Zest.
And he has the one-tap machine too, the Dragunov within 100 meters. We know it one-taps to level 2 helmets. Doesn't have a helmet of his own though, so it's going to be a dangerous peak regardless of how we go about it. Chloris back up on this roof, but feels the need to jump on down. Again, right now, 4 a.m. very much playing into the fact that they have this smoke wall available. It's going to fade away soon, as we're just 5 seconds away to see the final circle.
Okay, calming down here a little bit. Zest across the street trying to feed some intel over to the rest of the boys. The new circle does pop, doesn't really matter. It's including everybody. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, they're backing away from the city. I think they're realizing, oh no, Chloris again, Crazy gonna get spotted out. Chloris, can he get 2? No, 1 bullet away from knocking Zipian, and now Zest has been spotted out. HSM holding the wall.
They have to get rid of Chloris, though his ankle is simply too dangerous. He can peek into the entire team in this position. Smoke off the windows, do something, force him back towards his other teammates, because right now it's looking dangerous as he finds 1 more, finds the 3rd as well! Chloris looking to 1v4 4 a.m.
The hero for Genius, Sir T, will finish it off, and just like that, Genius takes down 4 angry men.
Huge game for GE. They committed to the city early, but in the end, they knew what had to be done in order to come out victorious. They took the fight to V7 again. Amazing use of futility throughout this fight. They barely even had to peek Veronica 7 in order to take them down, and now they take out one of the most heavy-hitting close-quarter teams in the game in 4 a.m.
Absolutely astonishing stuff from Genius, and I gotta tell you, man, 4 a.m. it looked like they were on the back foot. They did not know how to deal with what Genius was putting up against them.
Again, we said it in the early game, they qualified into this tournament out of Vietnam over the likes of Cerberus, and here they show what they're worth. Now let's hop on over to the desk and see what they have to say about the final takeover.
Well, I'll just say it, I was skeptical about their chances today, but these geniuses made me look like an idiot as they came out and won a chicken dinner in dominating fashion. The glories of glories will be sang far and wide, but the whole team stepped up when we look at these highlights.
Yeah, I don't want to follow up anything. It's just beautifully orchestrated wordplay there. I love that, Toughies. But overall here, yeah, what a fantastic game. Hard game. We have two Southeast hard shift into Ouyang, and I gotta say, the way Genius eSports plays this was just perfect. They managed to stay 4 guys alive. Their utility was on play. They went in and out of the fights, disengaged after some of the peaks. They avoided the nades at the correct times. And then, of course, the hill of death up here, where we saw so many teams get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, when we were kids, we all played King of the Hill, but we never played it with stakes like this. These teams battled their way out, and 4AM ultimately came out on top. They made a good push to catch up to Genius for the final battle in the city, but ultimately, they just played better. Genius looking great. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toughies. I'm joined by Avenger here to break down the action, and much action it was. As Poro so eloquently put it, we have had an awful lot of city circles on all the maps today.
We did, yeah. Urban Endings has been a little bit of a theme today. Let's see if it continues once we change.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, can be Urban Ending. That'd be beautiful. I love those. Yes, for sure. Erangel, let's get maybe Asnaya, then it's kind of exciting.
When we get to Erangel, I want very fair circles. I want those last 2 games to be as open-ended as possible.
No, give them some curveballs, send some hard. No, so far it looks like we're still the teams that have been sponging a little bit at the top. Genius has been in there, Petrichor Road. We have some teams, but still, we're going to have these 5, 6, 7 teams on that cusp that's going to be, you know, just going back and forth every single time. And Ascent, they solidified themselves. And this is third party, the timing on it, managed to sweep up a lot of good kills here, and the Myconade onto D+ was fantastic.
Oh, if we're talking about great moments, I want to mention Exalt's the Bush ambush that was just fate sat there and sealed the Falcons' attempt to win in a beautiful backstab. It was one of those calls coming from inside the house moments. Let's look at the top 4 teams, though. Genius eSports comes away with 2,000 damage and 10 kills.
And look how far they had to travel to do that. Wow. 34 and 37,000 meters.
Hustlers.
That is crazy.
Well, and part of it was a unique map. I mean, we saw the 10% chance, the crashing plane. Thank you for doing the math for me. I appreciate that. My American brain just avoids the math, I guess. That said, though, that crashing plane, the 10% chance of that did make sort of everyone getting out on the end of that very frantic. Let's take a look at the stats. Yes, look at, I mean, this is the glories that we've been waiting for. This is the glories that dominates his region, that sometimes makes everyone else look like they're just playing pubs, and he did it again.
Yeah, he's a legend, of course. Multiple Nations Cups behind this guy as well. And you'll have to sing his praises just because of the wordplay too, but also because we see these 6 knockouts, 4 kills, especially the extra knockouts we got towards the end, and 1,090 damage. That is, of course, going to be a man of the match right there.
He is the man of the match, but his gameplay wouldn't be what it is without the zest that comes from his teammates, because Zest has been a top-tier fragger, has been supporting him. You saw all of those executions Chloe had at the end of that match. Zest was right along his side, making sure that it worked. So those two have made an incredible combo. We'll see if it continues throughout the day. Let's look at that match leaderboard. 20 points for Genius, but Ace, 4AM, and Falcons, another team that are on the cusp, putting in some good points.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them. This is basically going to guarantee them to go to a last chance there for a 20-pointer. When you're already on 54, that's going to be great for them. 74 total for them is going to be like 2nd place. Jumping ahead of Gen G and 4AM in this case here. That's obviously beautiful. 4AM, of course, that would have been great for them. Still, I would say at this point here, Gen G and 4AM feels kind of safe for me. If you're in Falcons 56 or Space Station Gamer in 50 right now, you have Howl chasing 49, you have Purple Mood 47. E36 feels, I'm not sure about them just yet, but EXO could also have a pop-off game. You could have multiple others, but still, Howl, Purple Mood feels like the most certain ones are the ones chasing right now that could be doing like one of those crazy things one of the last games.
I think 4AM, D+ Kia, and Ace are going to be teams to watch in this game. All 3 of them are looking to sort of have that solidify run. If they can pick up a 10 and the others don't, they're locked in. Because we've only got 3 games left to play, so that is going to be a very important time frame for them.
And it feels like Ascent today, and now they realized, all right, if we cannot win the games, let's try to go for these 4, 5, 6, maybe sometimes even 8 points a game, and that worked for them. And this is what that worked for them in PGC. Spring is what worked for them at PGS1. Why they got 2nd at PGS1. So this is what the kind of Ascent that is gonna be playing like that. Like I want to see that third-party aggression. I want to see them realize, all right, we're not going to win the game from this position. Let's try to get the cracks, because you can see Micah, you can see Ishkris. These guys are popping off like crazy.
And I think that that's what we're about to see. We saw the passivity go through the first 2 games, trying to hold your spot, but now's the time to make a move. 3 games left to play. If you're in the mid-pack, you've got to look for third parties. You've got to say, if I'm not going to win the chicken, I've got to look for kills. This is the moment where the rubber meets the road. It's time to kick the tires and light the fires, Big Daddy. We're headed to Vikendi. It's the beautiful slopes. It's Porosaurus, and the name is Toby.
Thank you so much, Tovies and Avenger, for the great analysis on the desk. Petrichor was sat there all smiles and cheering, as they're currently looking very good up there in the top of this leaderboard. But there are so many teams here, Poro, still with a hell of a lot to play for, a hell of a lot to prove. And if any of them can pull together a game in similar fashion to what we just saw from Genius, they might just solidify before we head over to the ultra untested of Erangel that everyone knows how to play.
Yep, I mean, look, this is one of the last quote-unquote crazy maps.
This is the wild card.
This is the wild card. I mean, Tego and Vikendi are always the wild card. See if you can find something to do a little bit out of the ordinary, a little bit extreme here on Vikendi, and maybe you can put yourself into good position for those final 2 rounds of the day. Let's see if anybody dies to a bear this time, Toby.
You know what? For the sake of the importance of this match, I hope not, as much as I thought it was incredibly entertaining to see. I think was it Thanawat? One of the Purple Mood players get killed by a bear yesterday. It was pretty
Fluky.
That Fluky was.
Yeah. Poor Fluky. It had to be him, didn't it?
Happens.
Look, you know what? I know it's a hot opinion, and everybody wants to say, "Oh no, bears, blah blah blah." Dude, it was funny.
I mean, again, as I said,
that's all I need in my life. I need some joy.
In a situation like that, where it probably wasn't going to matter too much anyway, it was all right. Another thing that doesn't matter too much, I guess, is this circle pop, because, again, very center, no water to worry about.
Yep.
Very accessible for most teams. Only issue is, if you look towards the center on the map right now, no one is in that big crater. And it's not just because, oh well, randomly no team up to loot there. It's because there's not really a whole lot to come for. Which means that all these teams that would normally be sat pretty close to each other phase 1, they're going to be a bit further towards the west, effectively pushing all the teams that want to play that edge even further out. So we might actually end up seeing some commotion here in the early game, which would be a little different from what we've seen in previous Vikendi matches.
Now
Genius
this area
eSports
is bear country. All right, I'm not going to talk about bears anymore. Not until I have to, damn it.
Also, I'm a Packers fan, so please don't.
Well, okay. I know I'm triggering you a little bit here. That's
ne di me, Desi, ne di me.
Yeah, no, like you said, I mean, the dead center of this zone is very
Martino Ferrari 1997, jel si vidio juče Molodokt kako se izbaga u kamenje na
We're going that way now. Okay. You got any more? Just get them all off your chest now. Get them all out
It wasn't intentional. I'm just
I see your arm. It's written in ink right there. You're being very unbearable right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we done? Was that the final one?
Yes, thank God, please. It was done before. But, okay, the center of the circle, as you said, as you mentioned previously, there's nothing there.
Boga mi, borba za život i SSG.
Very limited compounds. High ground, sure, some rocks, but are you going to send it to high ground and rocks early on? I don't know.
Well, you say that, but bear in mind that Crazy has opted to head towards that circle center. Gilman is set on the southern side of it, and while there is a small compound on the western side, which I would imagine 4M is going to be able to take control over very shortly, outside of that, again, I mean, middle is going to be open.
Braća lutaju cijeli
I
lamber.
think it's going to
Lagano.
cause for a very, very interesting kind of tempo in this match. Again,
Gdje
I
si
feel like
mačak?
the Vikendi matches overall, outside of that crazy castle ending we had, Vikendi matches overall have been pretty predictable in terms of, okay, these guys are there, therefore those people are probably going to be eliminated.
Ja sad kad si ti ušao,
kind of as we expected.
sad sam skonto da nema vulete, ja pričam s njim.
Regardless of where we shift off of this first circle,
A nije sve vreme, ali jedno 5 minuta.
Worth noting right now the two major cities anyway, Lavini and down south. You got EXO and Veronica 7 kind of doing a 2-2 split.
Evo te Haul 9. Bod. Do 8.
Brat, što je najgore, nije ni ubi nemoguće.
Nije nemoguće. I SSG. A malo je bez veze što se Evropa bori. Ma daj da SSG je pola-pola.
Računalo bi si kao da je američko, ne bi to...
Evo ga, prvi ubica vikendije.
To je medved. Je, što leti?
PUBG. Da si vidio kakav je kill Međed juče napravio, jel? Došao s leđa, paf, šapom, one shot i otišao.
Ali one shot jeste? Možda ga ubiješ?
Možeš.
A koliko ima? Mnogo kao.
Morate ga dvojica puca.
Bear nados. I still think bear nados needs to be the next thing we need.
If we have a PUBG movie in the making, let it be that. As soon as they come here, it's just the bear nados.
Well, checking in with Howl on the southwestern side of the circle now. They've got Exalt making the rotation into the zone right in front of them. It looks like they paused just long enough for Exalt to do that. PMA, meanwhile, still playing with 3 for the rest of the day, as you get to see a little bit of the highlights of the phenomenal grenade play from Tego.
I mean, I think one of the first players that really started talking about it when kind of the nade meta changed was Twisted Minds Batulins, and he said, we often asked him when they started getting success event after event, like, what is it that you guys do that other teams don't? And one of the first things he said was, we understand utility management. We understand whether it's worth it or not to lob that nade on over now, or if we should keep it for a later time in the game. And I think most teams now do, but we still see, I mean, go back to the previous game where I think it was Shendy Shinlong trying to fend off against Gen G, just lobbing blue zone nade after blue zone nade over a hillside. You're out in the open. They have all the chances in the world to avoid that blue zone nade. And in my book, that's utility wasted, which could have really come in beneficial later down the line. So we're still seeing teams, in my opinion, not having perfected that yet. But on the other side, we're also seeing teams, like we saw with Genius in the previous match, really knowing exactly how to go about using it.
No, I think that's a great point. I mean, in the Americas, it was always shoot to kill. That was the utility masters. But I think you bring up a great point that you do see some panic utility usage.
Exactly.
I would think would be the best way to describe it, or using it maybe just to force player. I think using it to pull players or force teams into positions that you want them to go, right? Maybe using it as something like that. You don't see it as often, but you see the really good teams will do it.
Stvarno nije baš mjesto za Međe da u e-sport turniru koji nas... Brate moj. Strašno. Međed i Cirkon, Oluja, ona.
Take Cest and Sir T to a duo out of BN United that has just played phenomenally together. And then, well, Glorious, he has two PNCs under his belt. He's up there with the big boy, one of the best fraggers in all of Vietnam. And you know what? Why not have him on the roster too? And there's a reason why his face was shown so much in that highlight reel, because he will connect those shots any day of the week.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit forward position here, got a little bit close to Gen G, but he does have the support of Yuta from range, and you can see, just how close Clories is. The rest of the boys are starting to arrive now. The first spray comes through. Songjang going to get knocked low. Will the Molotov be enough? It won't. Songjang already quick on his feet. Will pull.
Ali to ti M4 jebate. Da ja ukoristi ili barrel, GG.
The only difference being that now the rest of the team is here as well. It's a very early fight between two teams who are currently set up high on the leaderboard. Genius being 12 points ahead of Gen G, I would say with 3 games left to play can risk it at 74. But Gen G, I mean, if they're zero out for the rest of the games here, that 62 might not be qualification spot. PO now stuck behind a rock as Glorious sees him and instantly goes for his highest.
Regardless, you definitely don't want to go out with 0 points, as we were saying. It's still just as close this game as it was last game.
Kako se zove?
And Genius, as you said, may
Vrh
high up enough to secure themselves, but
u Kajmaku,
we don't know for certain. Gen G
je li baš neka na visokoj nekoj poziciji ili samo se tako zove?
Ne, tako se zove Vrh Beograda, zašto je u Zagrebačkoj šumi na visokoj tako.
So that's Genius down 1.
Starting to see 4AM look in this direction as well. Keep in mind how much of an open position these guys are fighting. And Sean Young able to take down Glorious too. Second kill coming through for Gen.G. And now you're starting to see the shots coming in from the south. Yuta realizes this is a lost fight. Has to just disengage. Cest was never there to begin with. Had an open angle, sure, but it was very far away. So can't really fault him for not hitting shots when needed be. So Gen.G gets to live with the scare. What honestly looked to be a pretty clear-cut 1v2 for Glorious. Just missed the second bullet there to not get the first knock. And because that element of surprise never really worked in their favor, well, the rest of the fight was lost.
Yep, Genius trying to play with a little bit more aggression given their spot in the lobby. And as you said, they try to disengage from the fight. And unfortunately for them, Gen.G just ready and waiting for that. So PMA on the south side, rolling through the middle of Exalt. Big
Ali ja nisam igrao PUBG od ono već. Ne znam je li mi se fiksalo. Valjda je. Ali igrao sam Apex. Sinoć sam došao kući neđe oko 12. Igrao sam Apex, a radilo sve 5.
A ti streamaš sada?
Da.
Purple Mood Stanowat sat very, very lonely here up front, trying to force Falcons
to što završavajući sve okej.
Da.
Oh, get away from me, I'm as dangerous as bears on this map. And that's going to force Falcons away, because had they stopped here to scout around, that could have been him very much caught alone.
Does look like Falcons, they sent Silzen still a little bit further ahead, but
igra Pero ko što je Tiamba igrao prvi dan.
Maybe they can catch Purple Mind slipping, but Petrichor Road back up here once again with D plus Kia.
Al sutra, brate, winner bracket. Ja mi za naći lobby ikad.
Okay, this is still going on. PMA and Howl very close to each other. Laza gonna run over Tian. Not where he needed to be.
Novi će biti jači od prethodnog i to je uvek tako, ali nisam pametan.
Dobar je ovaj sistem da dosta mečeva top 8 vas da prolazi. Jedno 6 godina im je trebalo samo.
And unfortunately for both teams, really, they happen to do this shenanigans right in the middle of a split between a bunch of teams that could see him. As he said, it's no man's land.
Ali skontaj da ekipa PMA, ovi 16 što su, ljudi igraju 3 men jer im je 4. bolest. Nemaju ni coacha ni saba.
Don't get me wrong, this is a great game for Phase 7, Phase 8, when the high grounds around this valley are shifted out of. You can play the lowlands pretty easily. It's more of like a arena TDM area here in the middle, but as long as the hills are still in, it's very difficult to play. Nate's been locked on in, and well, understandably, so they almost took out Laza. Good thing they didn't, though. The issue is that they have got the entirety of D plus Kia sat in that building down underground.
Oh boy, look at that.
Oh my lord.
Gledaj auta što su poparkirali unutra.
How's Chewy finding P90 knocks at this distance? It's a SMG. It's supposed to be a close-range weapon.
Fair and balanced gun. I don't know what you're talking about. Petrichor Road now 2 kills already as they just continue to rain their terror over the lobby. And off to their south, well, actually, this is still off to the west, or east rather. Howl hasn't committed to pushing down into the pit of death yet. And DK plus Kia just holding their angles right now as you see Laza just running over Tian. The disrespect. But, you know, what are you supposed to do when you see a guy just running around in a field in front of you?
I feel like that was the equivalent of being knocked by a bear. Just coming out of nowhere. This time round, though.
Again, it's bears with you.
I mean,
we gotta let it go, man.
It's Vikendi. I like bears. They're cute, as long as they don't eat people. In the meantime, now Purple Mood trying to make some space. Only 2 of them here, but the rest, as you can see, pulling up as we They do still have Falcons in the nearby vicinity, but Fluky and Dogmans, they gotta figure out what they want to do about this train station. Do they just sit here and wait for a while longer, maybe see them circle up? Or do they actively try and deny Falcons access point to the hills?
Mislim, bili su friendly fire, bez organizacije.
Very wide split just off to their north as the circle does pop. It's going to go a little bit more to the south, so I don't know if that's good or bad. I guess we'll find out. But E36 having a little bit of an angle here on the PLM as well, and it looks like they're going to find a knock on to Tanawat. Actually, it's going to be Falcons that finds a knock on to Tanawat, so Falcons trying to make their way out of the train station as Space Station. They've got mortars on the mine.
They're counter-mortaring.
Ti si lihvari.
O, Žemberi.
Pogledamo malo ovaj pa ćemo da igramo posto. Hoćete možda pređemo na naš Discord tamo.
I feel like every time we cut to Hal today, we're just seeing them in vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately seeing them in vehicles with casualties too. This time around ain't really no different as now.
Da.
Streama je, da.
A jel se Skofa došao na Discord?
Jeste, igrali smo sinoć.
Aj, jao. Vratio si.
Ne možeš bez mene da se upali PUBG.
Yeah, it was comfy. They have all
Kaže i posle mene.
coffee mugs down there. They're going to bring the cars down there too. Why not? Let's leave 2 down low and 2 up high, at least for now, and scout out, see if anything's happening around. It's playing a little groundhog RP. Gen G and the boys coming in on the northeastern side.
Što nema opcije za subscribe? Pa zato što nisam affiliate. Tek sam počeo da streamam na Twitchu.
To 30 boga mi žembo dok vozi.
Ispunio sam sve uslove osim average viewer.
Možda nema vozačku pa ga strah da ga neko ne uvati.
Možda ga je strah malo da ga oekso.
Evo ovdje,
kako?
Ester.
Da, Estera što žvače.
Off in the distance, you can see Rip is right on top of, I believe
it's
Songjang. Yeah, Songjang trying
to
shoulder shots.
Evo se lik raspada.
Double knocks right next to one another. One nade could be a triple kill come through.
Vidiš šta rade braća Japanci. 11.
36 start to look at this position too as EXO now in the blue has to get things going. 45 seconds away from hitting phase 4. It's going to start hurting real quick.
Yeah, 3 up.
Kakvu zonu ima Exalt?
Can't get their man up as it's been stolen away. Gen G, the smoke
Exalt.
slowing things down enough. They were able to get 1 res.
Nisu oni daleko uopšte.
DG98. Is it even going to matter because the Blues
Uzeli su 4 boda ovaj meč.
throw DG98 in the back of the car, dip on
Jel?
out. E36 now
Nisu.
taking the attention away from EXO, and they're going to find insight with a grenade. Nicely done by Key.
Timing couldn't be any better for Gen G here. The fact that Interforce comes in, scares off EXO,
Toliko su loši.
and allows for Gen G to make a move in the meantime.
Dobro su ovi.
Livo tim pa se vratio za svetsko.
Very hectic, but again goes back to the same story we said in the beginning. Center is hard to play, and now it just became even harder.
Hard shift up to the north. Everybody off to the south. Just getting screaming at their TVs right now.
Ja si ti dole levo.
Da.
They have compound on the very
Pa ako bi
southern
ubili
side.
ove tu dole levo, to su u zoni dole levo.
Can kind of take their
Da,
time
otvoreno
to play
sve.
out here now. Although Purple Mood has started to pull into the south side of E36, EXO
Da.
just down to Rip. He's going to send it towards the center, getting shot at from the left, getting shot at from the right. His car is on fire. He's got to get out. He gets knocked low. He's still alive. Do a 360. Survive for now. But how they know somebody's there.
There should be no way that he gets to live through this one. Nope, not gonna happen.
The man.
Of course there's somebody here.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't there be somebody just randomly here where I decided to crash?
Exactly. Gen G now peeking on over again. We
What's
saw
the
it.
Gen G?
36 up here before Pio was able to find one. They already have a player knocked to the downs. Just 2, but it's the same thing on the other side of things. DG peeks on
Koliko je
the
dobar,
west, takes out Pure Boy, and just like that, E36 eliminated. 2 kills.
140. Ljudino, jesi razmišljao o nekim nebiletama ili nešto tako da malo, a?
Should be able to reset, but Purple Mood, they are rushing into
A gle, Mika 60 zaspoli.
The grenade will fall just shy
Gledaj će mi puls kad spavam, nego njemu da kik.
Pio holding that front angle. He's
Ovdje
going to spot out Fluky.
Where's the rest of the team?
Genga, vidi ga Genga Pija.
They do have one sure, but Duckman's Thunders, they're basically trying to hold off a potential Falcon.
Genji svaki je na petom.
Jeben, prosto.
has to back off. They still have Fluky knocked. There is
Pero
a chance
cuj.
that they could potentially get it back up alive as long as they can suppress Gen G in the meantime. Down
Cuj.
towards D plus Kia and Petrichor we go. 2 players already down
Cuj.
inside of Petrichor.
Pilaj se.
I think that should allow for D plus to reset.
I think Petrichor down.
Ali ovi ulećeli unutra i poparkirali auto, jeste vidjeli? Ovi Japanci. Ili šta su?
Znaš šta, čuj.
Let's see, does he know that there's people on the backside that are outside? He does now. Jangu gonna get the shot in his back.
Such a tricky area to have to fight through, and no big surprise that Petrichor took casualties on approach here. Again, very proactive play from D plus Kia to split it 2-2, not sit all 4 down in the low ground.
prođu ovo, čekaju bottom 8 iz winner bracketa da se bore za finale.
Da, znači sad top 8 ide u taj last chance, a bottom 8 ide kući.
Pa ovi, Genji ima 2 plusa 1000. Tresi im se 100, znaš kad se sede oni za njih. Ko da si tehno pusti muziku, a ne ljudi se. E šta?
It's phase 4. Okay, why not? This one hard shifts down to the south. So Veronica 7 getting a little bit of circle love this time around. Howl also just getting a vibe out in the middle in their little dip. Meanwhile, Exalt and Sixel, the last bullet from Molodok will do it, but Sixel, there you go. They're going to get
Molodok, evo ga kolega.
Exalt now 6 kills.
Jel ih mogu ispodizati? Ne mogu, a? Ma da je, sad ovu oluju možda i mogu. Može je,
evo ga Juba. Rezne, save Rez. Kolega sam igrao.
Manifested just yet, so Veronica 7 just on foot trying to find something. They're going
to
get shots from Howl. Now, do they decide to take this fight quickly? Is a Capitan taking out a bear over there on the eastern side? But the big thing here is Veronica 7. Heaven, it's a two-piece over here by Howl. They have no idea. They're going to find one. The Mad now the last player alive. The grenades are coming. They'll finish off Laza. That man is down as well. Clean stuff from Veronica 7, making sure that they finish that fight before the storm hits.
And huge timing for them to get those kills.
Mogu i ovi V7,
do they get space in the center of the circle, Falcons from the high ground also cannot see them at all. So that is effectively kind of dealing with your Achilles heel, or more so letting nature take care of that. In a really good timed engagement from them. Double nade comes through. Django with the P90 finds one. So many great weapons in this end game here.
They are indeed. 4 a.m. I believe down to just crazy. Actually, no, 2 up still. Bobo just driving around. Hasn't
prijatelju, ti si koji ja.
DK still trying to trade it out. It's crazy. That's not something you see very often. He gets beat in a 2v1. Doesn't even get any damage on the car driving by. Bobo now the last remaining hope here for 4 a.m.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go. Spotted underneath the vehicle too. That's going to be him down and out. 4 a.m. falls in 9th as we only now make our way into placements.
7 kills for DK plus Kia, trying to secure their spot in this top 8 before we head over to Erangel. They've got 4 alive. They've got a care package drop falling right on top of them. No one really near them. Exalt may be the closest off in the west side. They're looking down in that direction, but no shots coming through just yet.
And I love the fact that you bring up the leaderboard, because look at where SSG is currently sat in 9th. They're tied with Purple Mood in 8th. They have a chance to really jump up here. 51 up to 60 to Falcons in 7th. If they can get something over this, it would be good. But right now it doesn't look good as Sharpshot is down. They already lost rather earlier too.
Killy Kai, the rest of Ascend starting to make their way down here. They've got SSG in a bad spot right now. Sharp shot, they are not able to flush him just yet, but Paige and Pixel, European boys, still preventing Ace from finishing him off just yet.
I like this play from Rex, trying to wrap around, trying to get a good off angle, trying to catch them rather effectively, but can't quite see him, and now therefore looks further towards the west. He knows that D plus Kia could be a threat, a potential backstab, so he has to be very aware of that potential.
They do manage to get Sharp Shot back up, so that is good news for SSG. Still getting shot at, and now Utah, of course Utah has an angle on this, doesn't he? Genius, the last player up for them, is still being active in this game. Now the circle did pop up north, so that means Veronica 7 have to leave their compound. Utah gonna find Sharp Shot again. Pixel and Paige very, very low. The smoke, just the only thing really keeping them alive here is Artie. Art gonna find it's Chris, so Ascend, they've been playing around here with SSG a little bit, giving time for DK plus Kia to come around.
It's all these teams that have yet to make their way inside the circle that is trying to do as much as they possibly can with the little high ground they still have left to play with. They're gonna sit up here for a good while now.
Ove momke što se bore.
A on je gori u ovom šeku, jel? Bacio mu je molotov na krov. Ali kad baciš molotov na Miramaru na krov, gori šek. Bio životovi.
Vamo je mokro od snijega, pa baš
Aj malo Dulki jebi ga. Nećemo da razmišljamo da se gonimo svi u pizdu materinu. Pa razmišljaj malo jebi ga. Ne može sneg i vatra.
Te si Grujiću.
Jebi ga.
Nego da vatra.
Aha, fama trik, jel? Time se ti bavi. No, dao ti je uba malo po glavi. Ubu. Vidiš ti što mini, brate, nije double head na level 3.
Nego najmiš što je tebi dao. Jel to taj crveni?
To je uba.
He.
Sad mi dao mi je neki zadnji, super light mi je dao zadnji neki, sad imam taj sa ovim super glidovima.
Jel bolji?
Jeste, jeste.
Na klot podlogu, jel?
Na rog onu podlogu.
Da, okej.
I onda imaš Ali od talenta. Lik nikad nije menjao glidere. Mrzalo ga da čeka ubu. I on je, znači, nije fenom skinuo one stare glidere, nego je zalepio preko. Ja pođem kod njega nešto do njih kući i onda mi pokaže miš kao da vidim glidere. Ja gledam, rekao, šta si ovo uradio? To, it's okej. Rekao, nije okej, brate, miš ti u nebu, brate. Ne radi.
Kao retard, druže.
Now Veronica 7, do you make the push? You've left Tosi to watch your north side.
Exactly.
Veronica 7 second guessing themselves a little bit here. Now they're pushing.
Hesitant for sure, but there is being utility thrown by Exalt Smokes being deployed. But now the flash is coming through. Glass is going to be the spearhead of this operation. They have Uber still on the other side now, spotted over there as well. Instantly, cuts the headshot as they push on through. And that is what we need to see out of V7. Great push, great takedown, nice positioning in the play altogether.
Ja sam vuto da će V7 da vidi na ovaj meč.
Nemaju teorije da vidi.
Ja vidim.
Ako je ovaj Famas i 590.
Malo takih krema. Malo.
Vidiš šta je dropu Apalo, žen.
Znam, ali mogu nekom dati.
Ne.
Ne moramo sve šta je škrt.
Neka, malo on. Sad igra on, žen. Igra Page, stoja.
Sad bi on.
Page uzo više para na jedan turnir Super People nego...
Na jedan. Page uzo 50.000 mak.
Ne baci se ovo,
Ej, jebi ga i ne i bogovi.
Ali baš je velika razlika među ekipama u utility. Ovo bi Twisted riješio ili ovi GE naš oko bacaju. Geniusi, kako se zove.
As they wrap back around, they get the spray down, but don't get the knock. And that's going to open up a little bit of a room for your SSG here. Maybe turn things around. Mika, though, with the last remaining snake from Ascend, he'll get spotted out.
To ti je Toshi, sa Toshi iši.
The knock comes through, but no one really in a position to make a play off of it. I think D plus Kia right now worried about getting back to their position, and Falcons had a player knock from V7 earlier, which doesn't allow for them to engage on Space Station either. So even though they get a player knocked, it really came in at the perfect time.
V7 doing a really good job of trying to take
Si gledao Vasa i ovoga.
They've got 7 kills already.
Aha.
And they've got Falcons in their sights. Capitan going to spot out Zhangu.
Ma sramota, ne treba više da se bruka.
So Falcons now 5
Ma
kills.
bukvalno sramota.
They're climbing their way up the leaderboard here. They have just had a nose for the late game all day long today. And they have, it is still clicking for them in Vikendi. We'll see if they can keep it going in Erangel.
Also got to give credit to Yuta for staying alive. I think he was down to 1 when there were just about 5 players left. In the end, he will finally fall. Got the knock onto Zenith though before Page took him out as we now make our way into our top 4. Americano prone but spotted. Pixel forced to back off though as shots came in return.
SSG wants to finish off this DK duo here if they can. Falcons still looking over towards SSG, but they've got to be very, very nervous about their south side. And SSG, they're too nervous about Falcons to really commit to pushing over the top for this.
Baš se bruka, brate, on nepotrebno. Mislim, ja kapiram lepo ti pare uzmeš svaka čast, ali.
Everyone is backing off, but everyone with so much to play for in this fight. They're all there on the cusp on the leaderboard now. Space Station.
Ma ponašao se kao djed.
Once again take one down. If they can find Americano here, they would be off good, but Pixel has already fallen. The clutch does come through, but damage has been done in return.
Ooh, sharp shot, barely staying alive there.
Evo ti još će vina vese.
But he does
Dobit ću
not
pare.
go down. Pixel will bleed out, it looks like. Americano getting credit for that one. Tosi going to find Emmy with a grenade. And now Falcons maybe on the back foot here a little bit as V7 starting to push in.
This is just casualties on all sides. The 3v2v2 now. As SSG, as you said, they got the circle control. They can, for now at least, just wait this one out. Let these other teams wound one another. Perfect timing, though, from V7 as they peek on over Gumin.
Kako su ga ispikali, znači u isto vrijeme sva trojica.
Still off on the side, but they're starting to look further towards the south, potentially backfilling this push from V7.
V7 trying to make their way in. They can't afford to take a knock, and there it is. Glad's going to go down to Silzen. Silzen will get the flush as well.
11 kilova ljudima. Evo SSG, jebote, može da uzme prvi win, ovo. Ima 5.90 lig. Koji nade.
Space Station really wanting to come out on top here. They were prone. They were on the edge. They had 3 teams trying to take them down. But right now, looking good for when Gumin spots one. Can't quite find the knock though.
Oh, Gumin, so close. Another grenade will come through
from
Sharpshot. He's got that P90 in hand. They know exactly where he is. Page and Sharpshot have Gumin pinned down, but they want to be very, very careful about not giving this man 2 1v1s with that arm. That could be extremely dangerous.
You have the time. You have the best gun in the game for up-close fights. Do not allow for Gumin to isolate these angles. They're trying to peek on the side. They're trying to get the off-angle pushes. And in the end, they will clean it up. The claps in the hands from Page.
SSG top 8 je boš.
Comes out victorious in a
game that was
trying its
hardest
to get them eliminated.
And Roth actually getting Pixel to show a little excitement there. The SSG boys feeling it now.
A Page ako da nije ni vidio.
And that was a tough one for sure.
Absolutely insane finish on this one. Again, Vikendi, we had our doubts coming into it being brought into eSports, but it continues to impress.
I mean, that was a brutal.
Vas samo ja još iza tuku, a vas je mrkvic.
Nothing there. And I mean, you got to give credit to SSG for showing the patience to know, hey, we're pinned down right now by multiple teams, but there's no way it's going to stay like that forever.
Well, let's hop on over to the desk now and break down the final Vikendi of this stage.
Koki je lik jebo.
A reci mi... Vidi ga Page. Ko zombi bo.
Malo mi je antipatičan nešto. A dobar lik.
Pa rage puno, ali ono. A brutalan igrač.
A on je IGL, jel?
Mislim da je Roč.
Page is feeling at home here. He just feels there's just a little bit of a sauna that's needed. But yeah, this is a super interesting game. The pressure that Space Station Gaming was under from Ascent, I was sure they were going to crumble under it, but they survived. They managed to get 3 guys off, and they third-parted that last fight and managed to win the whole thing. That was just a crazy win overall. And I gotta say, I love the terrain in this area. It accommodates so many teams, and you can actually play from ridge to ridge, and in general, just really, really nice ending here.
And the Falcons, I mean, the Falcons got deep, but they did the right thing. They played a bear extermination. You saw them throughout this match, eliminating any bears that spawn in the area. Because it's a tough, it's kind of a rural location. There is a lot of extra threats, and we'll leave it at that. Now, this is the part of the game where SSG, I think we thought, man, they're in shambles. What are they going to do right now? But they managed to keep grinding. They stayed low and slow, and they got into the end game where we start to see, honestly, it was the chaos here that opened the door for them to come in and make some plays.
It was. There's so many third parties, fourth parties going on here, and Page, of course, managing to finish the job in high fashion. And the way that they the angle that they had and that he survived to get behind the shack there, that was just exactly perfect. Here, Pixel, and this is the most exciting you'll see a Finnish guy ever. Like, he's loving life. He can't be much better.
Right, that's the rough equivalent to Roth's penguin dance when they win. A cracking of a small smile. But they played incredibly well. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here to break down the action. SSG needed to do something. Yesterday, the first 3 games were kind of the last 3 is where they sort of stepped up. Maybe they're doing it again. Yeah, I love it. And another team here that's going to be able to win 2 out of our 12 games. Impressive here. That's going to solidify themselves quite nicely in the top 8. And yeah, 2 more games to go. It's going to be Wrangle. It's going to be the steady match. I have high expectations from some of these teams here, but feels like it's going to be a rough one. V7 Funpin, though, a team in our bottom 8 Toffees that's able to step up now, 11 kills and a 2nd place. And Falcon's going to be able to sort of lock themselves up into that top 8 just a little bit more. And remember, this is the map you wanted to do it. Wrangle is a wonderful map, and we all know it very, very well. But that is a map that can sometimes be deeply unforgiving if you get a bad circle. So getting ahead now is important, and that's what the SSG boys did. Let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner team stats. Yeah, and of course here's Pace. He finished the job, and he's ecstatic. Look at that picture. He is. I couldn't see a guy that's happier than him. That's classic Finnish style here. No, I love it. Love playing with this guy, and in general, this guy being able to close the job off, this confident boost that's going to give this
Kakva je ovo frizura, jebe ti
second place team when New Happy won the whole thing with Heroic, of course, so he has experience. And yeah, man of the match here is going to be a good patting on the back there. And I think that was that experience we saw at the end game. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard, because he was patient, he stayed behind the shack, you know that they were communicating well. It was gorgeous. Veronica 7, Funpin comes out with 17 points because they did manage to get 11 freaking kills on that game, because they were up in the chaos. They were up in that mountain a lot of that time, taking fight after fight. SSG had to hide for a while to sort of get it equalized. Then we saw D+ Kia also with some big moves. Let's look at the overall leaderboard. Pero, whatever, you guys advance. We're going to leave you alone. Genius happy at 77. D+ Kia is going to be, I think, pretty safe at 75. Top 3 safe. Gen G seems like they're doing pretty well. Falcons and SSG, that was a huge climb. But it's not over just yet. 2 games left to play. Veronica 7.
This video was a Gidia.
Exalt, maybe even E36, you think still in this chase?
9 points for V7, 11 for Permuta. So get a little bit of running because, you need to have huge games. Right. We know now that our top 8 teams, they're going to be like, all right, we need to get our guaranteed points here. So I feel like they're going to be able to put up their, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. That's their sole focus, right?
Bukvalno špagete na glavu.
Make sure you get those steady points, and you're going to be able to solidify yourself. And also, with a 9-point gap down to 9, it just feels pretty certain. Like, you're going to have to put up 9 points. Right. Plus,
pazi ti njen mozak da ono okači, I just fuck Joss Giddy na Snapchatu.
And of course,
point being,
šta je to uspeh neki, ne kapiram. Brat njen šta radi, ono nudi, jel tako, šta radi?
Ma nemam pojma. Ali kak je to mozak moraš biti?
They waited for the points. They were looking for placement, I think, initially, and then turned it into something more. So with only 2 games left to play in the grassy patches of Wrangle, it is still open for the race to the top 8. The bottom 8 get tickets to go home. Who's it going to be? We'll find out after this.
Što?
Ima li nekih akcija za ovaj Black Friday?
Ima šta god uš.
A ima li tebi nešto zanimljivo?
Ne baš.
Unleash my shopping spree. Duty free from big brands. At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
King Power.
They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. My Aram is coming for you.
Jeste vidjeli novu Wooting HE tastaturu? Znaš kako je lijepo. Ne pratiš, a?
มันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมันเท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. And from the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
We have one important rule in our team: stay far alive on the edge, and you have a really good game. Yeah, food, eat. Spicy?
Yes, it is spicy.
It is?
Yes.
Good, but it's spicy.
On a LAN tournament, just gently punch him and tell him, nah. Online, we don't have disagreements. We are a good team.
Šta je Pixelik s ovom bradom, jebo ja mat? Ideć.
Vule, jel tu on? Ni. Opet je lik samo izašao. Moja bolja, brate, a koju ti imaš? Ma novi Wooting HE, nije metalno kućište, ono, kako je dobro, ali prdu. Baš lijepa tastatura. Teško da ćeš naći bolju od Wooting. Makar da ja znam.
Just 2 Erangles stand between us and elimination of half this lobby. Welcome back to PGC 2023. The losers bracket are about to be rounded out. I'm Toby, joined by Porosaurus. Hey. And Poro, oh my lord, are we
Porosaurus.
one here. SSG on screen.
G915 TKL White.
Obviously a very important win for them, but you know, we saw that leaderboard as close as it's been all day. There's a little bit of separation now between 8th and 9th here. 4 AM currently sitting at 62 points in 8th place. Veronica
Naravno, koja je ovo tastatura bila, znaš?
About a 9 to 10 point differential there. But look, Veronica 7, Purple
Duck,
Mood, Howl,
misliš, malo je debela.
E36, all still well within reach of catching 4 a.m. They cannot afford to go down without any points.
I don't like to count teams out until the very end, but if you're in the bottom 3 right now, miracles need to strike twice in order for you to make your way on through, and I'm hoping for it. I love to see these wild things happen, but in the end it's going to be up to the players to make those things happen, and well, we might as well kick off Erangel now and see if they're able to do that.
Yes, indeed, and we are... Spoilers, Toby. We've got a plane that is just...
Veliki pozdrav za Lolo u ovom priliku.
There you go. You can see the spoil now.
We haven't actually, come to think of it, had a whole lot of military action, and I wouldn't be...
one game all
yeah, exactly.
So
I wouldn't be too mad to see that be a case again. We've had a lot of western circles, a couple of northern ones too, but south and east has been pretty quiet when it comes to these Erangel games.
Very chill, very relaxing. Now, the question that I have is... You know, obviously we're in game 11 of 12. I expect this one to probably play out about as normally as an Erangel would. Once we get into 12 of 12, though, that is where you start worrying a little bit. Especially for our teams on the cut line.
You sure do, and that's the thing, right? Because I'm not too
Sam
worried
više će li proći Uba?
teams just strolling and getting the last game over with. There's a lot of prize money still to be had by climbing that leaderboard. The difference between 16th and 9th is $7,000. I mean, that's I know in the grand scheme of the total prize pool, it might not seem like a lot, but that's a lot of extra money to be able to bring home between the 4 of you.
Absolutely. Well, we still have a few seconds left before we see where the circle is going to go, and it looks like all of our teams are playing nicely, at least for now. Petrichor Road and Veronica 7, close together up there near Razak, but that's no different than they have typically been so far. And okay, no Millie Island for us. We're going up towards Yaz.
Yeah, a little bit of varied terrain, unless of course if we just quadruple hardship towards the northwest. So we'll see if 4 a.m. a team right now in, I would say, pretty desperate need of a good game going. The team on the cusp in 8th, they can get something going off of having just gotten themselves the first circle.
You see a little trailer in the little mini trailer over there for Rondo. Just a reminder that is going
Koliko
to
sam
be
dobio,
coming
ne
out
piše
on
koliko sam
December
dobio.
6th. So something to look forward to once the tournament is through.
16 hours after I land, I get to play Rondo. This is going to be woohoo!
We're not going to talk about how close it is to when I land. I don't even know if I'll be home by then.
You'll be home the week after it is. I like to think I have a hard time having to travel from Denmark all the way to Thailand, but then I hear some of you guys from across the pond, as they say.
It's a bear.
It's a...
No, why did I say that?
You were the one saying we couldn't do... Okay, you know what? Now, free reigns.
All right.
I'm not gonna fall down that trap.
I did not do that intentionally. All right. It is a rough flight. And PO kind of by himself over here, but he sniffed that out.
Jebote, lik M16 uzo i
just gets roasted by the M16.
And again, I mean, Shenji Shenlong, while
lik ima Tomigan i M16, aj skontaj.
put together a perfect group stage, but even then, I feel like I saw moments in that group stage where they looked like they had figured things out. They looked like the communication between one another was good. Their fights they were taking, led by Boliang, seemed to be on point. But ever since we made our way into the losers bracket, they've just gone back to seeming... I feel like Lost is taking it too far, but we rarely ever see them in a position for where when they get shot at, there's a player there to trade if things go against them. They never really seem to be ready for the fights that they do end up being forced to take. And I think Lorena, for his sake, today alone, that's the 3rd time he goes down before the 10-minute mark.
Well, Sixel going to take... loss right there. A reminder once again, PMA playing with only 3 today. So that is why you see them missing a player. And also a reminder that this is the game. The first team that gets wiped in this match. Once that happens, we'll be showing a code for some more G coins. So make sure you're paying attention closely. Make sure you have your client booted up and make sure you are ready to type in that
Matrix decimačak.
Gotta be very fast.
Very fast, as a matter of fact.
Speedy.
By the time Power is done reading it out, it might just be too late.
It might be. You never know. Well, Petrichor Road getting a little bit close here to Veronica 7 in rotation.
Veronica 7. Jebote V7 sa 15. mjesta na 9.
Serious, it doesn't seem, as Veronica 7 will just take the compound and
Kako to?
Uzeli 17 bodova prošli meč, 11 kilova bil drugi.
Veronica 7 showing us that they are definitely capable of taking fights if need be, but also I feel like even with this highlight reel showing us that sometimes the kills they do come by a little more chaotically than what they would probably prefer. In the meantime now though, Pio, well, he already wounded the team and now he's going to find one more goes to get the third, almost initially will find him in the end. And now it's just bullying left alive.
Bože.
From down the hillside finds him and Gen G annihilates Shen Yi Shenlong.
Remember Pio? Remember that guy? Yeah, he's still good. 800 G coin for your troubles.
174. Calm down, Pio. Calm down. Calm down.
YSASLS475W9M. See, I'm trying to read the code, and you're yelling at the people. They want to hear the code, Toby.
Okay. Sorry.
You're welcome. Yeah.
I'll just be quiet now.
I've just earned myself another bear joke.
I feel like that was the bear joke, so now that one is...
I came into PGC preloaded, buddy. I'm ready to go. I watched Frozen about 15 times.
Kuće danilo G-Coin, ako si u igrici, ja nisam, jebe, neću stići.
Ma to vam je broken, nema šanse stigne.
While there is a rabbit hole there that I would be willing to jump into under normal circumstances, I will keep my cool and avoid it altogether. Interforce starting their way forward.
Gdje je Joy? Eno je sobi. Bila je malo prije. Da malo prije bila tu. Pokažat ću ti je kad dođe.
So Interforce, a team who again sat down there in the position from where they need two really good games back to back to make their way on through. They cannot.
Što se presijava ovaj holografi, gledaj to.
But at the same time, you can't really fault them if they
na streamu.
read this because there is quite literally nothing to read.
There really isn't. Here we get to see a little bit of replay of Pio's heroics. The first kill come through, the second one, look at this, just nasty sprays with those barrels, peeking around the tree. Songjiang in a perfect position to help his teammate as well as Sixel just gets dispatched.
Completely and utterly torn apart. As Ascent now doing what Ascent does best, taking their time, playing it slow up towards Pachinki they go. As honestly, they might just want to wrap all the way north around in this one.
Ne možemo lik pisao da je bio u hali bez dileja da je kucao kod i da ga ne dobije.
Da. Evo vam klip. Ma nije namješteno, ovi Koreanci pokupe sve ovan klip.
Looks like Purple Mood lost Duckmans as he got a little
Sad
bit
ću vam
too
pokazati.
close to DK plus Kia's.
Molim da mi se glas vjerujem, prijatelj.
DK plus Kia.
There's a lot of cars in that name.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars in that thing. Unfortunately, Duckmans couldn't see any of them, and he just tried to pull right on up.
Yeah.
Zenith going to be the one that takes the kill away from there. So Purple Mood now, they've got a lot of work cut out of them, out for them to get into this top 8, and they're going to have to do it without Duckmans now.
Yep, it's not going to make things any easier at all, considering where they're currently set on the leaderboard. In the meantime, over towards Gen G we go. 2 chicken dinners so far, averaging over 4 points per, or 4 kills per game, I should say. Not exactly too shabby. A performance that I'm worried for Gen G they won't be able to replicate in the last chance. Well, of course, depending on which teams they're going to be going up against, but we've seen them on that edge. Right now, they're playing very comfortably, considering that they know they are one of the stronger edge teams here. But if we look into what currently is the winner's bracket, I mean, the winner's bracket has a stack of good edge teams that I think Gen G will have trouble going up against.
Well, if you're a Gen G fan, the positive thing I could say is that this is probably the most comfortable I've seen Gen G play in forever. I mean, they look like they are in their element. They are pushing into fights. They're being aggressive. They're playing their game. They're not just responding to what's happening around them. It's been a lot of fun to watch, at least through these losers brackets. Hopefully they can find a way to bring that with them to the next phase, because it's been just a joy to watch.
Sure has been. Sure has been. EXO splitting wide and far between one another out towards the eastern side of the circle. They're kind of sat together, like split similarly to SSG. Only difference being that SSG sticks to their 2-2s and EXO set a little more 4-man split. So should shots come through, I don't imagine there being a big pull-up in a 4-way fight, simply because of the fact that they're sat pretty far between one another.
See Purple Mood pulling into the Hall of Fame, which will soon have another edition
updated,
after this tournament there, Toby. We'll see who will get their name immortalized in there as we see Emmy scouting out Exalt. No shots coming through just yet, and I doubt we'll see it because the rest of the boys for Falcons still making their way over from shooting range.
I was just going to say, Emmy was scouting far. I mean, I was going to say, Emmy was scouting far. He didn't realize Uber was right down below him. I thought for a second maybe he saw Uber, but then I was like, why is he not shooting at him? He's caught him right in the open, but never realized that he had a player right down below him.
Always be careful about how long you scope in.
Yes.
Make sure you look at what's close to you first as we see where the next zone will take us. All right, let's get a little Yaz south of Yaz Fields action in, sir.
Yeah, watching Veronica 7. They're the 9th right now in the league.
Čo je
They
plno
won a
sad.
good game here, so they don't rely fully on the last one, and they have currently got 9 points to catch up to 4YM, who has sat right.
Jesi skonto da ovi PMA igraju 3 men. Ovo je jedan bolesan. Ja ne mogu verovati da nemaju ni coacha, ni saba, ništa.
Ja bi bolestan igrao.
A ne radi se o tebi, jebi ga u ovoj sali imaš 200 ljudi. Vjerujem ja da se njemu igra.
Nije morao reći da je gol. Di ćete u pičku?
Radio bi defrinul samo
Ujebot. Za koliko da ga pregledaju?
He has a tire print on his forehead, and he knows he can see it in the camera.
I mean, Chewy is not a tall guy, but had he been just an inch taller, that would have been his
I
head
mean,
torn
got it.
off. You saw the coaches there from Pyramid, of course, not satisfied with this one here. Again, I mean, I don't even mind the fact that they try to go aggressive, but
well, you had a trench. It was open.
Yeah.
Why go to the second one? I don't know. It's just that over rotation. We've seen it happen so much, Toby.
Yep.
A dobro, realno, i oni jedu gomna. Rupu koju su oni imali je bila 4 puta gore od ove koju su probali uzeti.
PMA had pretty much taken it themselves down.
Kako bi Skofa lajao sad.
They're already in first place and they're being spoon-fed kills by the second.
I mean, that's a pretty good mood if you're playing and you're just cracking up laughing every time the camera cuts over to you. Chewy having a good old time down there.
Jeste.
Petrichor Road picks up their 5th kill of the match already.
E pa to ne znam da li je ne znam da li on fizički ne može da igra, ali ja ne znam koliko bi boresan morao da budem da ne igram svjetsko prvenstvo, iskreno. Igrao bi bez oči. A slažem se to, ako su mu zabranili da igra, mogli su ga izolovati.
Of that losers bracket. The guys they're going to be going up against, they're going in as losers from the winners bracket. So if there's a time
mogu je makar iz sobe da igra jebote ili nešto. Ili do. Ne znam pojma.
They might just be better off actually qualifying through from losers bracket into last chance than falling short in winners.
That is going to be a heck of a debate for everybody on Reddit and in the chat and on the analyst desk because, man, there's just no wrong answer really. It's a tough decision. We see Exalt on that north side just kind of have that high ground looking in. Now Gen G taking a really wide wrap in the blue. Off to the west. They're going to be coming in from this north side here pretty soon.
Si vidio šta rade za one kodove? Vidio sam Grujić. Na Discord, no što je Bešo slao, Haos, brat. Ne možeš ti to uzeti, nema šansi. Bukvalno ne možeš pokupiti. Dobio Exalt zonu, jebi ga. Ovo je dobro. Mislim dobio.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to swing south.
It's going to swing south.
Southeast.
Yaz is going to be a big part of that. Okay, well, cool. EXO already inside the city itself. They're going to take a few shots at 4 a.m. as they make their way into the...
Šta rade za kodove što su napravili bota koji im kopira. Da, vidiš. Bukvalno instant bot izađe i lagani kopi.
Pretty much the whole of the circle. Petrichor Road just going to use that opportunity to backfill 4 a.m.
Pa je razlika dok je u Windowsu da li imaš ili nemaš key?
Nikakva.
Ali ti piše ono dole.
Samo ti piše ono dolje, ali reče Igore, de reci kako se zove onaj tool za sklanjanje watermark.
Tu na Discordu. Brix je pino, ja mislim.
Aha.
Šta je problem neki to?
Ma program neki, da. Možeš da krekuješ sve ove Office, Microsoft i Windows.
Dobro, znači to
KM, evo ti, KM spicu. KM odvojeno SP ICU. KM spajku spiku.
Providing some support as well. The blue zone grenade should be enough to finish off Menuda unless he can climb out. Oh, I think he's just out.
Great overview of this fight happening as we see the double stacked blue zone nades being thrown on in.
Americano.
Cannot heal through it. He will dissipate again though. But a great overview. We saw there. Utah is really trying to get back and help out his teammates. But V7 on one side, 4am on the other. So limited for him what he can do. And now forced to go with the vehicle. Try to pull up on this one and come to the aid of his teammates.
And yeah, now you got Falcons arriving as well. So this fight needs to come to a conclusion as quickly as possible for both of these teams. Menuda not going to get revived here. So he's going to go down 13, knocked very low. And right now, it feels like both of these teams just uncomfortable neighbors as they can't really play around the outside. They can't really maneuver and take this fight the way they would want to because pretty much everybody around them is shooting them. Falcons, 4am, all getting involved.
This is an awkward stalemate that I think both these two teams now just kind of have to commit to, both of them losing 2 players. And while you have D+ and G both in the top of the leaderboard, again, of course, still want to play this one smart all the way through to the end. These are the last 2 games they're going to get before their last chance qualification. Here we see the knock onto Eichsleft. Oh, unlucky timing. Fortunately for him, while he was mid-vault, actually fell back into the building. He was in the middle, I think, of vaulting out of the building. But fortunately for him, Xiaopian knocked him before he was halfway through that animation.
Yeah, it looked like I actually still got flushed out somehow. Not sure how. So yeah, Pero
somehow
down to just 3 is there's speaking of uncomfortable neighbors, Hal and E
side shift dolje
next to each other. The second the circle arrives, Howell tries to peek up over the top. They'll find Pure Boy. That'll be the first knock, but now here comes the inevitable return of 500 grenades from E36.
Oh,
and they're on point 2. Ruin runs straight into it. That's a double down. Let's see if Lhasa and Schofield has anything to say in return.
Ruin Havel čispane. Ako je umro sad.
They need to force E36 away, and Sylvia looks like he wants to make an aggressive play here.
I to baš možda E36 prestiže, gledao Mike.
Još su im kill dina, jel?
Da.
Igli ga i ovaj umro, jel?
Da.
And for not really much of any reason, I think he might be trying to loot Pure Boy.
Nice
Pure
kill.
Boy might have more utility on him. Is K gonna find Schofield? Schofield finds Star-Lord. The Mad peeking through the smoke will find Key. And another knock coming through. Laza will get Ruin back on his feet and back into the smoke. But Sylphia coming out of the blue zone again, super low. And E36 just gets dismantled.
Mistakes being made. I think Howell very happy that that's the case. They had a chance to push on through. They knew that they had to take this fight in order to get anything done, and despite that, indecisiveness is what gets the better of them.
Yeah, not sure what E36's plan there was, but it did not pay off as we see
Stali, huh?
I like the setup here.
Off in the distance. There's Genius. Still slow.
Ma ova dvije plave zone riješe sve ove zategnute bombe.
Zenith, flashbang ready. Try to push through. He doesn't have support though. He's got to be careful about this. The Kia boys will have to just push back to avoid the double blue. Zenith aggressively pushing forward. One, but will go down to the blue grenade. And now the flashbangs come through. Americano gets him low, but doesn't get the knock.
Has some nades to work with. Still ups, not to go for it. Here comes the push on through. Americano finds the first. Those get more. The second one, those come through, but not in time. And now neither, fortunately, I guess you can say for Genius, is V7. Falcons and Gen G all nearby, but neither of them with a chance to make a pull-up because Gen G is now taking the fight to Falcons.
Yeah, they should have full time to reset off of this as Gen G and Falcons are squaring up. Silzin in the tower will most likely go down. It looks like the rest
Gen G
of the
Falcons
pulling away from this, and they're just going to go ahead and give him up. Not really any way for them to revive him. Gen G now kind of holding on to that Western. Look at Exalt. Exalt swimming across the river and I don't think Gen G has any idea to expect this. Now, Ascend is shooting off in the distance, so Ascend knows, but Gen G might not.
They were set up on that northern side for the longest time, and Ascend were actually the ones to try and contain them, prevent them from getting inside the circle. So nice play from Exalt, who again, not in a hurry either. Roth here from inside the city finds Rip. That's the first of many kills to come if Space Station wants to make it out of this city alive.
All right, circle's about to collapse while this fight continues. And it is going to cut down to the south. Veronica 7 getting a little bit of compound love once again. Space Station will find Rip. They'll avoid the return utility for the time being, but they've got a lot of work to do. They've got to make their way out of this city, finish this fight, and somehow get across the field.
I like the fact that they're trying to take the fight here. They know that if they go further towards the west, 4 AM will be there ready to engage on them too. And Petrichor now from the southern side starts chiming in. Monty, first one knocked down. They already lost Rip, so just 2 left alive for Exo, trying to make something happen. Akita will commit to the rest. Should be possible as well, because I don't think SSG has any angles on them. Roth, though, cooking a nade, priming it, lobbing it forward, and that's the re-knock onto Akita.
Nicely done, sharp shot pushing forward. He knows he's low. He'll spot him out, and that'll do it for Exo as they go down in 11th place. 3 kills now for SSG, but the job's only half done as 4 AM has started to creep over in this direction to try to see if they can find angles onto SSG as well.
Koliko ti treba?
Treba.
Malo.
Za sistem je manje, ali treba će ti poslije instalira ovo ako ne čuvaš. Ako ne čuvaš podatke. A treba će ti vremena da instaliraš. Da vratiš sve na staro stanje.
Znači samo sve da pobrišem i da ostavim par igrice neke.
Da.
Bagla mi komp, brate. Zašto sam ga sad bio nosio na čišćenje, očistili mi sve, stavili novu pastu i radi se kure. Toliko loš komp, dok je imam 80 FPS, realno.
Pa idi rest, ništa te ne košta.
Exalt needed more space, now they can't find it. They're committed to making a play here, driving through the blue zone, through the smoke, trying to go full speed forward, up towards Gen G. They go, but Gen G is shooting at Ascent. Now they get out of the vehicle. What can they do from here? They still have 3 alive. Somehow they're out of the car, but 2 fall. Now it's just Uber left alive.
Nisu ništa uradili.
No good position, no good options for them really there. They just had to send it to the wide open field and hope that they could maybe win that fight against Ascend. Meanwhile, 4 AM has left his right on Genius's doorstep.
Yeah, trying to lay low for
Mislim da nije
trenutak, jel?
Nije, ali kad bude prijatelj, sjeti se ime.
They let Space Station stay in the city alive, and now they have to survive them coming out.
Da imamo i mi neke skinove poštene. O, vidio sam dobro, ja. Odijelo brut.
Samo mi recite da nešto ne zaboravim, šta znači ja trebam da idem sad ovdje na settings i idem ovo, ubaciti sam ovu flešku.
Where were they going? I feel like there was a time to make that play, and that time was when Exalt did the same thing. Instead, they waited it out. That allowed for Ascent to reset, and Ascent will gladly welcome those.
Ne razumem pitanje.
Okay, well.
Reset this PC.
Taking down Ascend now, climbing the leaderboard a little bit more.
Remove everything, to da kliknem, je tako?
Again, favoring Veronica 7. Petrichor Road now finally have to leave.
Pa ideš ono kad dobiješ one diskove. Samo format, pobrišeš pesnik, to je to.
They will find Bobo, and they actually find a little bit of an angle on his Ebion right there. Won't get the knock.
Da, vidiš.
7 kills for Petrichor already. Let's see if they can find even more. And for Veronica 7, I mean, yes, they have the position.
Oj, čekaj, sad se mora...
Right now, should they fall, that's a 2-point game. They have, the thing is, yes, the compound is great, but it's very limited what you can really engage on from there. So if the circle shifts away, and we might lose 1 or 2 of these teams. Falcons has to take a fight to Ascend, and Howl, I mean, they have a spot inside the circle.
Što je to?
Probably top 5 guaranteed for Veronica 7, but they really want to go
out and find some kills instead of playing on the building, stay on the walls. Trying to see if we can get more going, because you still have 11 points up to 4 AM, who is still alive in this game as well.
Same goes for Howl as well, doesn't it? They're right behind Veronica 7 by only 1 point. 3 kills in the bag already for Howl.
Kaj mi špic, piko, moraš da gasiš antivirus.
Po vidit ću.
Po meni bolje onaj mas. Sve preko power shella ili terminala završi. Kakvi ste mi vi hakleri, brat. Ja nisam znao ni da može to do prije neki dan.
Exactly, touching and weaving. You see the Met running side to side. Last staying alive too, but their arsenal is simply too big. Ming will find Matt with the nade and with the smokes fading. Don't imagine them being able to get the rest up, at least not for now. New smokes are being deployed though, and no, not gonna happen. I think that was knock number 3 on Matt as Molly's came in as well.
And Schofield got left behind as well to bleed out with the blue approaching. Ruin gets knocked very low. Ming down to 50 HP himself. Chewy as well. They'll have to retreat just long enough to get a little bit of a heal off as Schofield will get taken away by Heaven. So that's another point picked up by V7.
I mean, this situation couldn't be any worse for V7 and Hal with 1 game left to play. All the teams in the lobby still are teams that are ahead of them. If they don't collect points here, that gap will be even bigger coming into that final match.
Well, Falcons have crashed onto the compound with V7, and Petrichor Road decided to crash into Howl. Okay. And it's not paying off for them as 2 knocks immediately come through. Ming now the last player up. Ruin gonna try to take it, and he gets it. Howl 6 kills.
Just 2 alive, but able to take out the Titan of this server anyway. Petrichor falls as they not only get kills, but placement points with it too.
And with that, Howl has jumped over Veronica 7 as Ascend trying to... Actually, Veronica 7 getting pressed from both sides, really. 3 up now for them as Falcons on their south side, slowly trying to find these angles. Ascend, meanwhile, will stop down and get the res on their fallen teammate Brex. 7 kills for Ascend.
We're in a situation now where Howl has done what they had to do. They've cleared their side circle, though, and luckily for them, shifts away, and they have to move again. Capitan has gone out to the shack, and Falcons are playing this one on the southern side, so they have to be very much aware, which you can see they are Emmy instantly looking towards the east. They know Howl, the next ones to have to make a play, and Draft is looking that way too. They are the team on the hunt. They are the team that you have to deal with. V7 is not going to push you. They're too comfortable inside that compound.
Oh, yeah, Howl is definitely the danger for the time being. 4 a.m. slowly crawling their way into the zone. HSM already there. And now Bobo Zipian going to join him. Genius still have to leave their compound. 4 a.m. knows it. They're waiting to see if they can strike at the appropriate time here, while Ascend is also looking off to the north. So Genius in a lot of trouble.
Knows for a fact that as long as you're not seeing Falcons pick up Howl players, there's a very good chance they're currently on their way in 4 a.m.'s direction.
4 a.m.
So loving the fact that they're really just proning down, waiting this one out. They know that
Gdje ti je
there's
4 a.m.?
little extra confrontation
Aha,
to
vidim.
be to kind of be avoided before they can spread out and take control the way that we know.
Čak i ako baci skroz shift ka njima, opet ovi imaju prednost.
I like the move from Falcons, sending Capitan across the street early on. And I don't think Hal ever saw that. So if they do push that direction, doesn't look like they are though. They're going to send it north, and they're going to make a wide wrap. We'll see where they end up. They might be pushing right into 4 a.m. They're actually going to get a little bit closer. There you go. They find a spot for themselves. Nicely done.
Absolutely huge rotation. Issue is within nade range. Now on the other side, one more nade should do.
Oj, Lego na bombu.
It's not going to matter. That one is right on point. Ruin though. Hal survives the barrage.
Capitan will finish off Laza, and Ruin will go down to Bobo. And Hal is eliminated in 6th place, but the damage has been done. Hal putting themselves even closer to 4 a.m. now.
Jesi uspio restartovat?
Ja čekam Mariju, brate, da dođe da vidi da li nešto s faksa treba da pošalje.
Well aware that Veronica 7 is still in this match too, so cannot give up here at all. 400 damage done from Bobo, but needs to do even more as Mika helps out a little bit. Utah taken down. There's just one more left alive on the side of Genius.
Ace taking away potential kills here from.
Ti koristiš najnovije drivere?
Da.
Indeed it is. Zest will somehow stay alive.
Za čega?
Zdravo. Going to be another kill picked up for Ascend as 4 a.m.
Ma nisam ga update-o, ne
Now
pamtim.
have to leave. They have to make their way across the street with this new zone pop.
Yep. Sure do. Killikai's inside the circle. He's waiting this one out again. Circle just centering right down on top of Veronica 7. Wouldn't have it any other way. And they've weathered the storm here. They've stayed alive. 3 points guaranteed for them off of placements alone. But of course,
Brate, samo ih sejvaj tamo.
Off of this game. Issue is 4 a.m. is still alive, and so are Falcons, the 2 teams they're currently hunting.
This is going to be so rough for them to try to get kills from this position as well, because I mean everybody knows exactly where they are. They're not going to give them any easy peeks here or anything. So 2 kills already, 9 for Ascend, and he'll finish off Zest.
Dobre,
That'll be another one as HSM gets a knock onto Brex.
Exactly.
But not going to be able to get the flush, but that should open up a door for
I
4AM to get
Argentinci
across
se
the
digli,
road.
evo.
Exactly, HS has crossed. After
Da.
that knock came through, they know they've cleared with the north.
Oni su u grupnoj fazi vinali zadnji meč, ali nije bilo dovoljno.
They might get backfill from the other side. HSMM though instantly takes down
Da,
Killiga.
to
He
smo
got
znali.
back on his feet, but is taken down once more as he tries to wrap further towards the west. You do have Mika out here on the side, but he's forced to prone down.
Mika, the last player up here for us, and
Boga mi Žembo,
as Killiga was going for the res onto Brex, that'll go into the bag for HSM.
4AM.
Killiga most likely
ja
will
sam
as
to vidio
well.
tako.
V7 just are forced to just play turtle up inside this building. There's not really anything they can do as they hear all these points being gathered around
Što je Mika
them.
igrao
They
van
have
kampa
to look
tamo?
now and just say, look, we have to get
Cijelo
the win.
vrijeme.
At this point, that's the only thing that'll be worth
Da,
it.
što? Nije mogao krosa nazad
Fashion
biti.
here from Veronica 7. Last game on Vikendi, they were brawling their way through the open fields, just short of a win against Space Station Gaming this time around. Sure, the circles have been with them.
Jel
so
to
there's
navukao
still an
neki
end
virus?
quarter fight to be had for a win.
Ma ne
I
vjerujem.
tell you, man, Ascend has been absolutely blazing today. I think this is multiple games now with double digit
A nisam
kills.
navuko virus, samo imam
They
dobar
have
komp, pa radim
fantastic
igrica ko kurac, znaš što je vjerovatno
from,
nečega
from
puno,
the group
ono,
stages
nemam ja puno memorija,
started
ali
a
neki
little bit
gluposti
slow,
ima
but
i
they seem
onda.
to have gotten their footing.
Pa valja to s vremena na vrijeme, valja reinstalira, mene mrzi.
Ma mene mrzi samo zašto trebam instalirati sve ponovo.
E pa to, mene isto.
Bobo spots Mika on the flank again. Keep in mind that he's going to be very open to Veronica 7 on the top floor of that building, so that's why he's prone down. Can't aggressively.
Ili mi je Marija zbog renderovanja
trgala
trgala grafičku, pa će onda prvi 3 plate da radi za džabe.
Keep an eyes on those windows, keep an eyes on those corners, waiting for the...
Ali ne bi trebalo, ako ti je temperatura grafe dobra. Ne bi trebalo. Šta, ona radi u AutoCAD ili gdje?
Da.
Jevi ga. PUBG je zato mala maca.
I procesor i grafička na 45.
So you gotta wonder how much utility does V7 have? How much utility do any of these other teams really still have left as they've been making their way across this wide open field?
Both Falcons and 4AM can solidify their position in the top 8 off of a win here. Veronica 7 need it in order to get close. This is going to be oh so exciting. 3v3v3 trios.
Ali Veronica 7. Kako dođeš do tog imena?
Human has to pull back from that window. The smoke comes through.
Baci taj
organizacija.
Finding some angles, but Heaven will trade him down. He's going to get the knock on Guman. Heaven will get the
Ovo je prvi put da vidim Kalaš, jebote, u ovoj fazi.
As they have time to stop down and revive their fallen teammate. 4AM still spreading out on this northern side, trying to find angles onto Falcons.
Keep jammer packs in mind as well. They'll be able to tank a couple of hits. They'll be able to allow for players to wrap around in the blue. Even if it's on, then shots now coming through once more. It's HSMM finds one. Emmy down. Falcons down to just one player, and I don't think there's any way for him to get alive. But 4AM holding strong despite that. Those Xiaopian
bleeding out inside. He's going to go down just like that. I think it is
Zadnji umro.
Umro lik. Jel od zone umro lik?
Da, zadnji.
Stvari nije mogao od zone, ne bi nali ovi.
Ništa, ja to nisam skoro.
Jebote, V7 prošli meč 17 bodova, drugi, to jest 11 kilova drugi, sad prvi, ne znam koliko su imali kilova.
But one was left behind, and he tanked the blue for a split second longer than DraftKings. Poro off of this game. We are in for an insane final match.
Oh man, the crazy thing about this, I don't know how many of those kills Veronica 7 even got. I don't know if they got any. I think they just might have outlasted.
I have no clue. It all happened so fast. In a blink of an eye, 5 players were dead. What a finish. Last spot in this one is by no means guaranteed.
All right, well, let's throw it over to our analyst desk to set us up for our final game of the day.
Biće gadna borba, biće gadna borba. Za koga igra ovaj Heaven? Jel?
Baj. Ali imaš kolača onog? Dobro, ajde.
Jel da, za koga igrao Heaven, zaboravio sam.
Ko?
Heaven, Heaven, jel kako se čita?
A, za ove Ghibli, valjda, kako?
Ghibli eSports.
Tako je.
Nemam pojma, valjda.
Pa to je najbolji igrač u Koreji bio dugo.
Aha.
Bravo.
Sjećaš se koliko je low sense igra.
I sad igra nešto, vidio sam vertical 0.7, tako ne.
Aj, tablicu jebote, tim ili ima na Twitteru.
Za Ghibli igrao.
Jebote, V7, 9 i 53 bod. A ne, ovo je deathmatch. Nije još učitalo.
I wanted to see more aggression for them, to be honest. I wanted to see a little bit more control in the compound. They let Falcons get a little bit too close for comfort, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think the Falcons being there underneath that.
Iz najgore pozicije do Chickena za Veroniku. A sjeba, a vidi, realno je prodao prvo Ascent pa onda 4AM prodali su.
A iskreno ti kažem, i prvi i drugi su, brate, već 2 gejma iz nemogućih pozicija, tako da možda malo i do lobije.
A do lobija je sigurno.
Ono kad su ubili Ubu i ove, brate, tu je trebao neko da ih pinuje, da ne mogu da mrdnu. Realno.
Klijove ventilatora što su dobri, je.
To mi znači, kad sam došao do ovih kući, neko, ono, ima tome. Dolazim ja vidim ventilator, rekao, šta vam je ovo, brate? I sad Uba koji stvarno ne vodi računa to opremi, to kaže, brate, veruj mi, znaš koliko znaš.
A su to USB ventilator, šta je to?
Sekund, samo sekund.
But that's because they were trying. They were looking for fights. I cannot fault them for taking those risks. Let's look at the top 4 though instead of thinking about the bottom 5.
V7 Funpin, of course, here in first place. The 10 points from the win and the 7th gonna gather them 17 Ascent. 10 kills, impressive. They died kind of early, but 4 only had 6. Pero, of course, ended out earlier on, but Falcons did not have that many points. Even though they got a lot of high placement, they didn't get that many kills. It's gonna be Heaven, but 6 of those 7 kills, that's probably gonna be our man of the match.
Gle, to si 755 damage-a i 1 killa. A Heaven 520 damage-a 6 killova.
But I should say that gently because Tosi, on the other hand, 1 kill, 755 damage. Tosi is working really well in congruence with Heaven, but Heaven definitely the man of the match as he comes away with those bigger points.
It's good to see the PGS 1 superstar levels Heaven again here, and of course for them to make a final run for it in our second to last game here, a penultimate match as one of my friends like to say. Yeah, I love that.
Trebali sačekati, pa normalno, zato što su 4AM je imao zid koji je bio bukvalno na metar od centra zone. Sve što je trebalo raditi da čuče iza zida, da koriste utility, da bace smoke i da voltaju. Oni su se pucali nešto, jebote, ne razumijem. Bukvalno V7 nije smio izaći iz kuće. To jest nije ni mogu izaći iz kuće. 9 su boarding fall, ali mislim da nije. A, jesu, pravo si. 70. 71. Pravu si. Ali ima Uba ima 49. 21 poen, nema šans. Uba bukvalno nema šans. Znači njima treba win sa 15 killova da ovi ne urade ništa. Nema šans.
I feel like here we're going to have a case where our mid, like the middle of our top 8 is going to just turtle a little bit, play slow, right?
100%.
So, and all the other teams there, they have like, we have 6 teams, 5 or 6 teams that are like, the only way we make it.
Taj tim od Ubaha je sprdnja. A brata, pogledaj koliko imaju dobri igrači. Uba, Molodok.
They're going to send it to compounds, they're going to drive by, they're going to edge, third-party edge fights, they're going to be crazy. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Ne znam šta je problem. Možda nemaju IG-la ili nešto.
it stands between qualification for last chance or elimination. All eyes are on Veronica 7 coming into the early game. We talked about potential hot drops, Poro. This would be the time to really put a dagger in the back of Veronica 7 if you have any outs against them.
That is absolutely true. That is definitely something that can happen. And you know, you brought up another good point. It's all the way up to 4th place, really, with D plus Kia at 77 points. They can't be
D plus Kia.
Nope. Right? Like this is, if many massive moves are made here, that like anybody has a chance of still falling out of this. But right now, as you said, all eyes on Veronica 7. Genius.
They're in the nearby facility.
They are in the neighborhood.
Or vicinity, I should say. They're
Edo.
V7 is forced to
I
split
kažem ti, ti ventilatori kaže on znači, brate, brutalni su. A na USB-u da.
Gdje kupe te male ventilatore? To nisam nikad vidio.
Oni su tamo uzeli.
U Rusiju, to je gdje, u Ukrajinu.
Ne, da su bili bre, u Dubaju ili gdje već, ovi Kinezi.
Gle ga s pištoljem ga juri jebot. PUBG.
He's still going. 5 bullets. He's going to continue the run, but where does Glass set up shop? Does he have anyone nearby? No. He has to somehow try and see if he can make it back to Rostock in order to find any teammates of his own. Surti is on the hunt, and now I think he's realized, you know what, we had our fun. We scared him off. He's headed towards the east. We're all right for now, but Veronica 7 likes to play it dangerous.
Man, oh man, that fence. Saving Veronica 7 essentially.
Imaš to di god doš. A moguće, ja nikad nisam vidio sad to prvi put u životu. A stvarno dobra stvar, nekad treba. Meni na primjer oni veliki ventilatori smetaju. Ono, kad stavim pored sebe, ukoči me jebot. Čak i kad ne puva direktno u meni. Ovi mali mislim da su idealni.
I mean, 79, while it's unlikely that all the way down through 9th, they all get 9 or more points in this game. Again, the Stars would have to align and go massively
against the 7.
For sure, any team from 3rd down through 9th that goes out here with a 0-point game, are just going to sit back and lead it all to fate. They're going to be sat in their chairs for another 20 minutes, of course, depending on when they fall, and just hoping, praying to the gods of PUBG that somehow they will still qualify.
Well, this is the closest that needs to be worried.
Sad ovih top 8, SSJ, 4AM, FLC. Da, pravo si. Mada, iskreno, V7 je bolja ekipa od SSG, ali ja navijam za SSG zbog dva moja brata. Ali V7 po meni je V7 bolja ekipa od SSG.
10 points of 10 placement points on a win and a couple of kills to boot could get them right up there, but so far the playstyles that we've seen from Howl just haven't screamed we're going to win the last game. But then again, if there's a time for Howl to bring that around, final games of brackets do tend to bring us magic.
They do indeed. Petrichor Road, they've been magical for the last 2 days. 101 points that they've collected in the last 2 days worth of games. And they are looking to add to that total here today, or here in this final game. I can't imagine they are thinking anything less than they want to come out of this with a win.
Oh yeah.
We'll see what they decide to do.
Petrichor is a team that's become pretty much famous for just making enemies of themselves. Here we're seeing the final fight. I really need to know exactly how it ended. Tosi out finds one.
Šta se dešava s replayom, brate? Oči me bole.
Look at this, DraftKings finds the double, and yes, with 1 HP, he had 1 HP.
Oh my God. Goodness gracious.
That is a difference of 6 points going your way along the knocks that you found. That they were able to claim off of that. A 1 HP, he was fully boosted too. A single tick of a boost could be, in the end of things, what qualifies them through to the next bracket of this tournament.
It does not get closer than that, man. Well, we still got 1 game left to play here.
Jedan health, jeben ti dan.
And they've got SSG just off to their
Pero
north
Mink.
at the intersection. Ming stopping down just to heal up a little bit. I don't think this is where Pero is going to be wanting to play from, but we will see. You never know. Oh, Bully. Oh, Sixel once again, man.
They're just out here doing weird things. On the Vikendi game, it was... I don't even know at this point. Shenyi Shenlong just like to do their solo things, and I think at this point they're reaching a point where, you know what, let's just ruin other people's lives. The good thing, I suppose, in this case is that the lives they're about to ruin won't really be massively impacted by it, considering the fact that GE are pretty safe.
Zato idu kući.
And all props in the world of GE, man. I don't think you could have asked anybody going into this losers bracket that would have thought that Genius eSports would have been in second place in this lobby. There you go. MML will get spotted out by Clories right after he gets the knock on a Surtee. So, interesting fight, we'll say, but in terms of the overall leaderboard, not too terribly important.
No, two teams that we don't mind losing early on here. I mean, of course, not fun if you're a fan of them, but as you said, in terms of the grand scheme of things, won't have a massive impact. Of course, it is points that other teams who desperately need points right now are not going to be able to claim, but this fight right here seems to be more of a unnecessary ones in multiple reasons.
And once again, Sixel coming out on the trailing end of it here is Bolyang will find a knock. He's the last one up. He finds a man on the tree, but now he's getting shot in the back, and that's actually going to be E36 that has an angle onto this. Sylphia taking the shots over there, and Bolyang will be able to stop down just long enough to get the heel off, and now Yuta still having a dance as, he tried to go for the throwable, but Bolyang not wasting any time, gets him taken care of. So Sixel showing a little bit of signs of life here.
I guess if we have to try and spin this into something positive, oftentimes the teams of whom the match matters most tend to be taken out by the teams who have nothing to lose and nothing to win. In this case, those teams are currently taking out each other, which means that there's a bigger chance that later down the line in this match, the teams we'll see fighting one another are the ones that are fighting for qualification. So get rid of all these teams in the top, all the teams far down in the bottom, and then we'll leave it up to the remaining few teams to fight this one through.
And we'll see if Clories, it looks like Clories will be able to get Yuta back.
Clories.
36, they would like a piece of this, and they would like to be able to take out Bolyang. They've got Sylphia inside the compound, and Starlord.
Kako su ljudi loši, im se ne igra. Ne znam. Loš. Mislim, ne možeš reći za jednu ekipu ovdje koja je da je loša, ali...
Ko je loš drugi?
Pa ovi, kako se zovu, ovi Sixel 15. Igraju nešto solo, pušaju sami.
Which means that since we all know that's the first tiebreaker, should they end up tied with either one of the other team, they will be the ones to qualify. Falcons, they're set at nothing but placement points too, so they're going to be all right as well. But outside of that, both SSG and 4M in a tie would fall down a spot.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't come down to that. We'd like to see it won cleanly as possible, as Sylphia will finish off Bolyang, and that'll be it for Shenyi Shenlong's tournament.
Indeed it will. Out they go. A lot of pedigree on the roster of former famed players, but this time around just could not string together the matches needed in order to find that top 8.
With Purple Mood, very close to EXO here as they are rounding around the eastern
Ubi
side
treba
EXO 2D
22.
and it looks like Akita actually going to pull off of this.
27 poena.
The Rock immediately gets dropped by Thunder.
Da se nečemu nadaju.
From the passenger side, Luki will be the one to finish him off, and that's a kill in the bag for PLM.
And while we had the conversation of top 9, kind of added Howl as well. If there is a home field team, I would love to see put together a double-digit win and a fight for top 8.
It would take a lot, man.
You say that, but right now they're set an 8-kill win away from 8th. So I know it's a long shot, I know it's hard to do, but again, Purple Mood, you have the fans here, you have the crowd. If you can put this together, that will be one for the memory books.
Well, the impossible campaign has begun. They've got the first kill. As we get a little bit of a replay there of Sixel's last fight here at PGC 2023. Genius finishes them off here. Checking back in with EXO. They're going out into the purple to actually take the fight. Now Monty gonna get spotted out.
Vjerojatno.
Last one there. I think they might just be sending it for the memes here as Duckmans will find Rip. That's going to be
Ovaj lik I dalje igra, brat.
Koji?
Duckmans.
Da.
A lik.
He is trying to do the seat swap, pulls a little bit too far away though. We'll pull up on
Lik.
this ridge line.
Igrao GTA.
A gledaj što je najgore, 53 boda I rezaju ih obojicu.
Idem da uradim sistem da možda igram.
Ajde, ja ću tamo poslije meča do prodavnice I to je to. Ljudi, kad se završi ovaj meč, idem da jedem nešto malo I čim Danilo završi reinstall, palimo.
Is that a 0-point game for D+? I think it is. 0-point game for D+. One of teams that couldn't really afford it, but also one of the teams that was a bit further ahead of everyone else. But again, I said it, there might just be a world where they're going to be the 9th place team by the end of this match. And Thunders will find EXO, so even though they try to take him out, the kills go the other way. And Purple Mood stay alive.
Halfway there, you said they needed 8 kills and a win. 4 already picked up as EXO will now exit the tournament. They finish fairly well down the leaderboard, but you got to see some signs of brilliance from EXO.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, he just could not put the whole thing together here at PGC 2023.
4 AM, 4 players stuck in this junkyard granny position, not where you'd want to be for them. Again, 4AM thrives in being able to spread out, take control of their side of the circle, but of course with how much is on the line and where we are on the map, you can't really do too much about it. SSG in a position from where they can tear apart all their vehicles. And now here Exalt, a team who would need to also put together a dream game in order to qualify, trying to take on
Ne mogu
svaka.
A mogu, mislim, u domenu teorije mogu, u domenu realnosti ne mogu. Teoretski I dalje mogu da prođu, hoće li vjerovatno ne, to je 99% ne. Ni ovi PLM što imaju već 4 kila, a kamoli Exalt.
Hard north again, and there is so much water in this thing right now. It is almost shaping up perfectly to be another city ending here on Severny being that city.
Mecca northern shift for sure. D+ key up just to add to it. Oh, we've seen this one come through. Oh, Fate able to find him staying alive for that one. Glorious down, just one more left alive on the side of G, and that's Yuta. D+ Kia does have more placement points than Veronica 7, so should they get to 77, that's still them down.
Dobar nade. Evo gotovo.
And now Yuta still alive in this, and he will go down eventually to the shot.
Dvojicu im je ubio, nema šanse. Gledajte shift za Purple. Purple ako uzme ovaj kamp pođe. Allah.
If they realize that the north side compound is free, that would be amazing for them to be able to claim. Matt now crawling into that position too, or sneaking I should say, from that eastern side as Exalt again, needing a hero run to make any sort of chance of this. Trying to get themselves regrouped. E36 in the meantime, where do you send it? You have space to play in the middle, but even for them, I mean, if points given away to other teams, who are they going to give them to?
It looks like they're avoiding lines of sight for the most part here, as Howl, just in front of them, will find the gas station. A nice little pickup for them. And once again, you got to bring it, keep in mind, Purple Mood, it could be a miracle run, maybe. And they have the quiet side of the circle over there on the east. So they've got 4 kills in the bag already. They need to get a few more to make sure that they can keep this thing going, but it's not out of the question just yet.
Još, znači sad kad bi V7 umro, eto ti otvoren put za PLM. A V7 nema zonu, moraju proći ponovu rotaciju. Evo čak I izginuo jedan.
This is bad news for V7. They are pinned outside of the zone right now by a combination of 4AM and just about everybody else. Gen G was coming in behind them. Looks like they managed to stop down and get the revive onto Guman, but where do you go from here? 4AM, all eyes pointing over in that direction, and now you have PMA also creeping down there, so the door kind of shutting for V7 here.
It's all about staying alive right now. 4AM trying to wrap on in. Howl has left the far eastern side as Bobo now gets taken down from Kip, playing it safer inside the circle.
And that might actually help out Veronica 7 a lot here as 4AM was
Ovo je dobro, SSG uzeo kill.
John still taking shots. He will find HSM, and that's 2 knocks now on 4AM, and PMA won all of this.
Keep your eyes on 8th and 9th. SSG gets one that puts
Evo V7 je već 9.
Finding a knock now onto Crazy as well. PMA wants the flush stone. One not stolen just yet. There's still a point to be found if you're on the other side, and no, in the end they will fall. Exalt.
Exalt ispo.
Gen G coming into Severny on the south side at the worst possible time for Exalt as they clean them up. And that will be them down and out once again. Gen G working their way in from the western side. SSG starting to creep over here, finding angles over onto what's left of 4AM and PMA.
4AM down to just Xiaopian.
Boga mi je V7 ušao u zonu.
Considering the fact that Veronica 7, they got inside the circle. They managed to avoid the confrontation. So SSG for now has a really good position to move out from as well. What does Xiaopian do here to rack up more points for the team? Circle comes to him, phase 4. We expected it, but what oh what, Xiaopian, can you pull off here?
SSG getting another kill to leapfrog over Veronica 7 once again, so 1 point still separating both of those teams at that cut line. Veronica 7 hopping into the US, 3 deep, they've left Guman behind. E36 has eyes on this, though shots have been coming through, but for right now, Veronica 7 is safe.
Considering 4AM not to make it through, to fall in the earliest stage of the tournament, I don't think that's something many people would have thought could be the case, but it might just be here. Again, of course, still far from done. We'll have to see for how long Xiaopian can stay alive.
Ne sviđa mi se play SSG-a. Bolje da su iščistili ovu stranu po meni.
I think you mentioned it, the biggest thing here, how long can 4AM stay in this? They've got 0 points and only 1 left alive. And Veronica 7 and SSG are currently farming right now, trying to find more kills as Guman will find IMP, but doesn't get the knock. All this happening on the south side. Meanwhile, SSG still have to find their way inside the zone.
Jesi napravio onaj USB?
Da.
Jesi u BIOS stavio da bude bootable, jesi? Mada ti namatično imaš prostor za BIOS, samo ubaciš flašku, mislim da ne moraš ni bootova. Ne moraš ni staviti da je bootable u BIOS. Ja imam USB na koji piše BIOS, imaš i ti sigurno. USB port.
Ovo system recovery, kliknu ono reset this PC i sad čisti.
Aha, okej. Ima li onih kodova što izbacuju? Ma to je skem. Mislim nije skem, nego imaš ove Koreance koji su napravili botove za kopiranje. I čim ti kod izađe, on ga iskopira i čao. Ne možeš tići, nema šanse.
Sharp shot, though, will combine to take down Petrichor Road. Esther goes down as well. And now Petrichor Road down to just Chewy and Ike's left as SSG collapse on top of them. They smell points. They smell blood in the water. Sharp shot trading back and forth. Chewy will win the 1v1.
Jebote, 4AM je baš bio malo iznad, sad ću dići.
Petrichor Road is taken down.
SSG stays in. If they lose one, Page is knocked as well. Rob down to half HP. Pixel able to get the first aid off as Ascent now starts creeping in from the northern side. But they're being forced back down by Howl.
4AM now in 9th place as Veronica 7 have crossed that line and SSG have pulled themselves up into 6th. It's so close, Toby. SSG should be able to reset themselves, get back up to 3 strong. No, it looks like they will leave 1 to bleed out in the blue. And that'll be them with 2 going forward. We'll see what they can do from here, but Zipian still alive, but outside of zone. He's got to move.
Kills are going to be hard to come by for Xiaopian. He is relying on SSG dying early, so that he can farm placement points. But look at the journey he has ahead of him. E36 in the trenches. Falcon sat very comfortably in the compound. How, oh how, Xiaopian, are you going to rotate into
Ode
this
Uba,
and
a?
secure 4AM's qualification?
Ode Uba, ode 4AM.
Danilo, sad je trenutak.
That makes his job that much harder. The problem now, 4AM 1 point behind Falcons. Falcons still 4 strong, 0 points so far, but they've got a compound. This is going to be very, very hard stuff here for 4AM.
Sure is. And again, we cannot completely keep Howl out of the equation here either. Well, they don't have any kills just yet. They're in a very, very good position and should be guaranteed at least 3 to potentially 4 placement points in this match.
And Purple Mood as well. They've still got 4 up on that side.
Vidimo gdje će SSG.
They're pulling right inside near Ascend. The shots come through. No knocks coming out just yet. Kai from range. Not going to find it somehow. SSG keeps 2 alive.
How are they still alive? That vehicle taking all the damage, both of them down to half HP. No vest for Pixel. 1 bullet from dying. And I think Chris is realizing this. They saw the smoke from the car. They know who they're up against. One well-placed nade could be SSG down and out in 8th.
And he is free to send. There it is. Howl will take them out. And now SSG has to sit and sweat.
Ma ode je SSG.
2 points.
2 points.
He needs 2 points.
That's all Gipion needs. 2 points.
And this fight couldn't be any better for him. If they fall here, if a team gets eliminated, he could creep on in and find just a single extra point. That should be all he needs.
E36 laying the smokes down, slowing things down. Veronica 7 still pushing through. They do lose 1 in the process here. They get a vision on the SSG boys. They know how close this is. Zipion has to still be on the move. The fight going on here. V7 picks up another one as E36 will go down, but Heaven takes a knock.
That's the first point down. Just 1 more to tie things up. He has to creep forward. He has Capitan right in front of them, and he has no clue that there's a player just down below him.
He needs 2 points. 2 points for 4AM.
Ma ovo je mrtav.
Stop down for the heels, but as you said, Falcons not even looking in this direction. It might be Emmy that spots him. Emmy, though, is very keyed in, very tunnel visioning on where Veronica 7 is. They're not even thinking to look. He's got a nade in hand. The nade will fall right on top of Capitan.
A glup je lik. A glup je, jebote, baci nade, hukaj nade, baci, trči, uđi u zonu i fajta lijevo.
Unbelievable stuff here in the losers bracket final game. Purple Mood now trying to take it to Veronica 7. They know they can probably get in. They might be able to get in if they get more kills. They've got 5 already. They're going to find Tosi.
Boga mi ovi PLM.
Purple Mood, can they pull off the impossible, Toby?
Them and Howl are the ones to try and make something happen. Falcons and Ascend are both looking to qualify unless if a miracle comes
I gledajte sad ovo. Sad će Ascend da noka Falcona s leđa. I ostaće u sandviču između PLM-a i Ascend. 4 full tima.
Kai right on the back line of Falcons. Emmy, the trail man, has not spotted them just yet. Meanwhile, Ruin, the rest of Howl, wide split on the northern side.
Evo ga, Ascend je lukao FLC-a i sad će da se prebaci fight.
Kill picked up for Ascend as we take a look at how SSG got taken down by Howl.
As it stands right now, Howl needs another 4 kills and the win in order to guarantee this one. But right now it's Purple Mood who are finding those points.
Eto, kakvi retardi, kakav push, imbecilni, umjesto da su odbranili prvo Ascend, pa onda napali ovo.
As Purple Mood now with 8 kills, they're climbing up the leaderboard, charging up the leaderboard, Toby, but Howl is
Jebo majku, ovaj PLM. PLM ako vina je 8.
Purple Mood, Ascend, and Howl.
It's a tie between the two again. 4 kills and a win should boot them up there, should get them into really close range. But Ruin able to find one. Mika gets one in return.
Ovo idealno, gle. Nog za nog.
Purple Mood on that south side. They're very wide split, but they don't have an angle onto any of this right now. They're trying desperately to rush to see if they can get some kind of line of sight onto any of this, pick up any points that they can get. Brexco will spot out the Mad. That's going to be him going down. 3 players up now for Howl on the north. Ascend in between both.
Look at the split the Purple Mood has set up. They're effectively playing a 2-2, trying to contain on both sides. Kilyakai spotted over the hill. Thanawat able to take him down. Ascend already has one more player down, and Chris is trying to get back on his feet. Brexco is committing to it, and once again, Purple Mood finding kills.
There's no way.
10 kiloa ljudi.
Miracles don't exist like this in PUBG, not at PGC. And not for teams like Purple Mood, but they are pulling off the impossible right now. 10 kills for themselves, and they are in the driver's seat to try to secure this victory and try to secure themselves a spot in the next round of PGC finals.
Howl has the circle, but all that stands between them and a backstab is Schofield. Right now he's eyeing Ascent, but Fluky and Duckmans over the hilltop might just be able to find him. Schofield gets into his car, is about to leave. You can see Brax here slowly creeping forward as well. These guys are already in. It's been a great run for them here on day 2 for Ascent. But right now our eyes back to Purple Mood. They go as they spot Ruin in the open. Falls down behind a vehicle.
Ooh, Duckmans.
Emma running low. 29
Shots were
bullets.
true. Mika is in a perfect position right when Ascend trying to make the pull. They're going to actually find Tanawat. Laza going to go down, or going to spot out Mika. That will be him going down. Brex spotted out by
Prijatelj još ga pogodit.
not landing. Now they are. They're going to get him low. Brex out in the middle of the open, but he breaks line of sight just in the nick of time.
I hate to say it, but Purple Mood and Howl.
Nosi ga jeben, ti si ga gledao, rezat će ga žembu. Rezat će ga životom. Fazon je što nemaju zonu, nemaju dovoljno prostora za igru. Ne znam koliko utility imaju.
The smoke walls getting laid down by Howl to give them some more room to work around. It's Chris will get spotted out by Schofield. The grenade will be it. Can they secure the kill though? It's so desperately important. Another grenade coming through. That should knock him low enough, and that will be a point going over to Schofield.
One more point taken by Howl. Are they going to be able to continue the run forward? Fluky has wrapped around. They know exactly where they have them now, and there's still 2 players up on the top in Thanawat and Thunders with a chance to do damage. Brax, though, has to be dealt with first.
Oh, Brax very close. There it is. Thunder will secure
11 kilova, druže.
Is going wild here behind us. Toby, it's down to Howl and Purple Mood. 2 kills, 3 kills.
Šta je, Kovina ide dalje, ja?
Kovina ide dalje.
For Howl.
They can both tie with 4M. They can both tie with 4M if they get all the kills. Fluky finds one as Howl goes for a desperation play around the side. Falls as well.
Ajde.
Finds Schofield. Just one more left.
Vetovao sam 7.000 na njih. 8.000 na kop. Koji vini jeben ti. Jes, to bi jebala te matematika.
You can see Duckmans, they're counting the kills. They're trying to find out if they did it. This would be one of the most insane comebacks in PUBG eSports history.
Not since FaZe Clan in 2019 have we seen a last-second comeback of this magnitude. And by this team, Purple Mood, unbelievable. The fan favorites. And everybody is going to wish that they had been here to see this happen. But we've got to throw it over to the analyst desk to tell us, was it enough? Did they get it, Toby?
I am shaken. I am shaken. Have fun with this one, desk.
The final game of losers bracket is over, and teams that needed to put up showed up. Most above all, Purple Mood Gaming, a team that we thought was out of it, played the match of their life, and whether or not they make it through, they need to be proud of how that went.
And what a crazy circle to end things with, like super far north.
Yep.
So much water in plains phase 2 and phase 3. And then, of course, for V7, everything shrank away for them. They had to make a mega play to make things happen. And they had so many kills coming their way too.
And that's what it came down to. It seems like the teams that needed to make plays went out and did it. We saw the bottom fragging aggressively from the start. Some of them fell off. Then we saw V7 Funpin make it a non-factor in terms of the race. 4AM, who we weren't even sure was going to be an issue at the start of this one, all of a sudden finds themselves in a tough situation. And it was a nail-biter for team after team. Honestly, I didn't even think Purple Mood was in the hunt when we saw Friendly Fire or SSG go down. And then all of a sudden, they're going bananas.
Yeah, I love what I saw from V7 Funpin. The way that they approached things, the way that they took things down. But Purple Moon,
20 bodova manje su imali, 20 bodova manje su imali.
And put it on the board here, and 11 kills as you see here towards the end here. They got so many. Yeah. The question is going to be enough to
I think they might have ended at like 14. Absolutely insane how that match went. And you know what? That's what you get. That is why I love PUBG. That's why I love Battle Royale. When you've got 16 teams on every single map, it really does mean anything can happen. Welcome back to the desk for the final time in the losers bracket. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger. We are going to walk you through the leaderboards and talk you through what happened at the end of that game, because as it often is in these brackets, it was wild and it was a nail-biter up to the very, very end.
As we saw, and as we talked about, it might come down to the very last game and the very last seconds. And as you see here, it was crazy. Purple Mood, they played their hearts out here in the very last match.
It got hot in here. The crowd got crazy. I mean, how could you not for that one? They played their hearts out. Veronica 7 Funpin got crazy as well. They played back-to-back games to get themselves back into this hunt. It really was an incredible match. Let's look at the top 4 teams. 14 kills at the end of the day for PLM.
Crazy. Insane play from these guys here. And also they had to travel all the way far.
27
kilometers here, almost 20 miles.
14 kilo.
And that, I mean, that is saying something when everyone else at least started in that first circle, right? I mean, all the other teams in the hunt, not so much.
To ti je 24
PLM looking good. Petrichor Road still in there, causing trouble for a few of the teams who are in the hunt, but ultimately, PLM WWCD team stats.
And Fluky he has been a standout player for this team here. 7 knockouts, 5 kills he's able to get, and more than 500 damage.
Jedan bod,
Excited he was at the end of that game, but the man of the match will, of course, go to Fluky, who has been shining star so far in the group stages.
Pikselika.
That he managed to get this man of the match at the end.
Yeah, super happy to see this guy.
The
question is though, Toffees, and I'm excited about it.
I need to know
what's gonna happen. Purple Moon's gonna get 24. How V7 and Petrichor is getting 10. 4AM only 2. That is a dream breaker.
Right, that is absolutely a dream breaker. And I think they thought they were comfortable going into this one. It did not work out. We're going to see the match, the big leaderboard here in a second, and that is going to show us the top 8 teams. The left side are advancing. The right side are not. PLM walks away with 75 points, one short of SSG, and they will not advance. They will not get a plane ticket. They'll simply go back to their homes here. And you know what? It was noble, and they should be proud of themselves. They worked hard at that game.
Yeah, they're sad. Obviously, they're super happy after such a 14 kills and a win. You're going to think it's going to be enough, but no. It just lined up so perfectly. That Space Station game, and they were able to get just enough here in this game here. 5 points total for them. And there were smart points. They fought for it. They had to fight for it because it shifted away from the warehouse.
I to ti je onaj jedan kill koji je SSG ukro dolje na Exo u rupi. SSG je ukro jedan kill na Exo, to ti je bod.
The tiebreaker would have been won by SSG anyway.
We'll be back at the winners bracket tomorrow. And I mean, we even disagreed. I thought SSG was going to play it slow, maybe try to go for placement. They went for that chaos fight and walked away with 3 kills. That was the difference maker. Good for them. Start with Orangel, Vikendi, Tego, Miramar. We're back with the winners bracket tomorrow. So that is going to be exciting. This was exciting. That said, Tomorrow, I think, is one of the strongest 16-team brackets we have ever
S ovim
seen
se
in
slažem
PUBG.
100%. Ovo je najjača grupa koja je ikad igrala, po meni. A i po njim.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what else is world tier. Ondacy, the official gaming partner of PGC.
Ništa, braćo, idem da jedem. Da Danilo napravi PC i onda Misfits Ranked. Misfits Ranked. Možda nam bude falio jedan, ko hoće da igra, nek se javi. Eto me, guys. Idem brzo. Dolazim brzo, gasim stream, jedem i vraćam se nazad. Ćao.